I shot through my heart, and you're to blame. Oh, baby, baby. Is this his new song?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you for telling me it's not on starting soon.
Oh. My bad. Okay, stream together. Felt my life so how do you make that story like a good? Alright, you ready to get in?
Repo?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are
I
you
thought we were going on a call.
No.
Yeah. I didn't know everyone was so ready. This literally just, I feel like this just happened.
Same. Made me realize I'm never moving out and having my friends help me. Oh, that was my review.
That was your, yeah, I remember
I
you
forgot that I
writing that.
made a review on Steam, and I was like, my review made me realize I'm never moving out and having my friends help me. That's true. I didn't have them help me. Can I go see how you doing? I'm doing good. How's Jesse doing? Is Jesse okay?
I think Jesse's okay. I can go ask him.
Nice change on the model? Thank you. I wanted to rock with some short hair for a little bit. I'm sorry, what did you say that you were doing good?
I believe he is, yeah. Let me go ask him.
Yes, go ask.
Hey, bitch, how you doing?
Did he respond?
He said he's hungry.
He's hungry, okay.
Yeah.
Repo's not opening. Never mind, Repo opened. Water, go see. Aw, man. Yum, yum. Collab? Yeah. We have a new face today, guys. Are you so excited? Bye, Mom? Why were you buying?
Wow, dipping right now?
Why are we saying bye? We just got here.
You can't just leave stream.
I wish I could say, tell me how it goes. Crazy, no. Crazy, why are you leaving? Crazy? Crazy, you don't want to watch? Crazy, are you okay? I have an assignment 2 days past due. Oh, yeah, never mind. Nope, go do that. You're good. Fuck it up, King. So scattered brain. Yeah.
Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bomb is shaped like a deer. DUI, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles in an hour. Little do you know, I filled up on gas. I'm a kid, you're about to make an ass. Pulverized as fuck with my cooking truck. It seems you're out of luck.
Hello.
Do you want to move me in Discord?
I did. Oh, I just
Okay.
muted myself. Hi, Chuny. Hello. Hi.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Hello.
Chuny, this is my wife, Kiona Miu, and this is my husband, Shmessy or Jesse.
You can call me
Oh
Jesse.
my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I forgot
Guys.
to unmute everything. Hello.
This is the cutest streamer I have ever seen in my life. She's my new wife, and I'm so excited for you guys to play together.
Oh my gosh. I am so nervous. I've never been this nervous in my life.
You're
Okay,
good,
wait,
girly. You're good. You're good. Just have fun.
Okay.
All right, are we ready?
I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Alright, our goal is to help Chuni.
Yes.
We gotta get her further than a few levels.
Hi,
Alright, let's
of
go.
course. Yes.
Only ever made it a few levels.
Yeah, I think what our highest is 5.
What color am I? I didn't even.
Yeah.
You're like an
Pink.
Pink.
Oh, I'll change it later. Is this a hot dog?
This is a door?
Hot dog. What? This is a door.
It is, it is.
Curious about this door.
Eh. Is there really nothing in here? Bleh.
This shit is bone dry.
All this fucking way. Ow! How can you do that to me?
Look, she's sad now. Look at her. Look what you did.
Wife, you ran me over.
Mwah.
Alright,
Because
let me down.
caught the handle.
I got a kiss. Let me down. Let me down. What the fuck?
Where did we go?
Hello, Misty, and Double, and Moon, and the other people.
Where are you going?
Wherever my heart takes me.
Don't touch
What
those.
the heck? Since when are there lasers?
Since this. So, like, we're in a museum, so there's security.
What the heck?
And it is instant death. I have tried it, so be careful.
Oh. Okay, good to know.
Wait. Kiss o bis.
Too weak.
Kiss of this.
Kiss o bis. What the fuck?
Oh.
That's me.
POV me waking up in the morning.
Don't go that way.
What's a dude?
Don't go that way.
Don't go what way?
Manny.
Trudy, we run. Trudy, we run. Trudy, we run.
Okay.
Wait, there's
There's a bunch of
no
stuff
one.
there.
Heck.
So you gotta grab these guys and throw them up in the air.
Oh, the children? Abort them.
Eee.
There's so much stuff over here.
Hey,
Guys, I got a martini.
puppets
What
over
the
there.
hell?
Ooh.
The puppet's over there.
I got a martini. Oh,
Oh,
I'm still in the martini.
Did you
he's
spill?
coming.
Oh.
He's coming.
What the
Oh,
heck?
he's coming.
come
Oh,
get under one of
Oh,
these.
he's
Get under
coming.
one of these. Trudy, Trudy.
Hello?
What is the screaming?
What?
Hello.
Hello?
What was that?
I don't know.
Was that your damn egg, Jesse?
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
I don't want to. I'm kind of. I'll sacrifice myself for the cause.
Where are you going? They're cute.
So that means, hey, Big
You
Doggy,
sound like a
come here.
chipmunk.
Bullshit.
I'm lost. I'm
What if I throw something
confused
at him?
and scared.
Come here.
Wait,
So I-
cute. Come here. Let me
I'm coming.
let me grab it. Let me grab it. This is what you
This is
saw.
what you saw.
Oh, you can
Oh, you can
hear
hear
yourself.
yourself.
Oh,
Oh,
hey,
eh.
no.
Yeah, it fucks you up sometimes.
Is it leaving?
Yes.
Golden. Did Jesse die? Oh, it might be coming back.
Marvo.
Oh.
Take him, trust. Oh, he's not
Wait, it's Jesse screaming?
happy. Jesse?
Hello?
Ah,
What is that sound?
uh,
Oh, oh!
Okay, so don't go that way.
hey. Hey.
Bye.
Oh, why?
Come on. Come this way. You see me. Come
Oh,
on.
don't. Actually, maybe not.
Oh. Oh, it doesn't
Okay.
see me. Oh, it's going back into that room.
Hide under the table.
Oh. Yeah, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, bitch. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You know you wanna. Come on. Come here. Come on, big guy. Come on. Come on. And then we weave. Oh, Jesse!
No! Save me! No! No!
I get, no!
Don't get up! Oh, go back! Run at this point.
What just happened? What just
I don't.
happened?
I'm surprised we're still alive.
But the girls.
We should go back. Here. No, come here.
Oh, oh.
I got you, boo. Don't even worry about it.
Hello.
Hey, big guy.
Yeah, chill.
Big guy.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Oh, they took.
Jesse died. Oh. Silly me. It's over here. I knew that all along. I definitely am not fucking confused on where I am or I used to here. Oh! Hello, sailor. Hello? Meow. How safe is it out there? Hello? Oh.
Yay! I got your husband.
Yeah, let's go. I was like, you know what? I figured we could just leave.
Release me!
Jesse, get your ass.
Release me!
Don't you dare. You stay. That was close, Gil.
I was trying to hold him in there. There we go.
I'm free.
Yippee! We didn't die, except for Jesse, but he doesn't count. Yippee!
Yay!
Yippee!
Gnomes.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we have to like leave.
Abort the children.
Look at this. Aww.
Can it go? Hello? Oh, what is
It ain't got no
happening?
gas in it. It ain't got no gas in it.
Why
Oh,
is it? Oh, okay. Why was it?
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. The store. Oh man, nothing fun. Come here.
Oh, there's a bathroom. I have to kill myself.
Eh?
Stop!
Hello.
Oh!
Oh.
Who wants uppies?
My wife's taking me out for a
Who
walk.
wants uppies?
I got her on a leash.
Hell yeah.
I don't want to see
bad.
fan art of that.
I do.
Okay.
Can I hit someone with this hammer?
Yes.
Hit
I
Jesse.
volunteers tribute. Yeah.
Ah!
Hello.
Does anyone want any upgrades? Oh, why is there 10k?
There's from the explosion, I do believe.
Oh.
I think you love the hammer.
Yeah. Oh.
Am I interrupted?
Next. Yes.
Oh shit, let me join.
Hell yeah. Hey, Rev.
Hello.
Megas.
Jesse.
Oh. Oh. Hello. Oh. I just. Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
Scatter.
Don't go near
look at it. Don't look at it as she walks up.
Don't comment.
Jesse,
Oh,
you missed.
what'd I do?
A laugh.
Ow. Oh. Oh.
Pussy.
Oh.
Are we getting this?
Getting what?
Stun I don't know. There's a stun grenade in here.
Oh, is there?
Do you want it?
I don't think any of us do. Oh! There I go.
Whoops. I definitely didn't mean to do that.
Do you guys want any upgrades? Do you guys want any bit of cereal? Cereal? Anyone?
I put a strength in there.
Cereal.
Cereal, princess. Cereal.
Princess. Oh,
Yeah.
I can
Princess,
make some of this.
please.
Princess. I'll take it. Yeah.
Aw.
What?
Aw. Okay, wait. I'll take my hammer out.
We'll get your hammer next time.
Yay!
Oh, bye, Jesse.
Jesse, I swear to God.
Does this still work?
I don't think it does. You can try though.
I'll try.
Damn.
No.
Alright.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. Oh, True, did you want to change your color?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
probably.
are we the same color?
You can press escape
I
and do
can't
it.
tell. I need to be purple.
Does anyone want this?
You
Oh.
look purple to me. Whoa, hot babe, goddamn.
Wow, I can see everyone
a
in all their
cereal.
beauty right now. Oh! No!
Your little legs were like kicking when you said oh.
Should I eat the cereal?
Yeah, get stronger.
Go, ah.
Okay.
There you
Yippee!
Yippee.
Oh, wait, what did I just do?
It's girls' night.
With something?
You did something?
Did I?
Did you?
Did I?
Did I? Did I? Did I? Alright. Local Stim's over.
go. God. What did I do?
Great first impression, guys. There's nothing in this room.
I'm mesmerized.
You will be tonight.
Oh. Treasure?
What's the shock noise?
Thanks.
Meow. 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 Uranium!
Uranium!
Hello.
Hello.
Meow.
Oh, why am I walking you to the wall? Hello?
Creature.
You can open these, right?
Oh, hello.
Creature.
Ghosty,
Hello.
you're a bitch.
Celery, you're a fucking
Schmessy, I love
cunt.
you. I love you, Schmessy.
Stop flirting with him. He's not even here.
Person, I'm sure you're great too.
So, oh my god.
There's a map. Gonna Dora Explorer this bitch.
Why is there a crying baby?
I'm a map.
Because the TV's
I'm a
on.
map.
Help me.
I'm a
Crying
map.
baby.
Help me carry the TV.
Oh fuck, my bad. My bad, bro.
Thank you.
I got a map.
Got the map. Got them. No! I fucked the TV. I mean, the TV.
Oh, you just gotta pet him. You just gotta pet him. So he doesn't get pissed at you. Oh, the dog fucks with you. Oh, the dog fucks with you.
Oh, the dog. Okay, yeah, the dog does fuck me. How do I pet it? How do I pet the dog?
You touch it.
How do I-
Touch it. Touch it.
Hey, leave me alone.
No! Oh, watch it! The dog! The dog is pissed!
Oh my god. Oh my god. What just happened there?
What just happened?
Did the dog turn into a big dog, man? Oh my god.
And I was trying to see if I could like get you out of that hole and like throw you. I couldn't grab you.
See some shit.
It's the thought that
See
counts.
some shit.
Oh my god, I tried. I went down in death with you.
Oh my gosh.
Find a way to kill her.
Hey.
Smell Airden. Okay.
Oh my god. Hello?
Oh, what?
Oh.
You're stuck.
I am the storm that is approaching, revolting, not the stars away.
I got you. Stop. I got you, bro.
We have enough to revive them.
There's a big ass base over here.
We died heroically.
We did.
Your
Oh, there are
poor
two.
scream,
Oh,
I felt
shit.
so bad.
Fucking.
Don't feel bad. That guy loved me.
Alright.
That guy.
Anyway.
I can speak again.
Hello.
Wives?
What?
Wives?
Oh!
Oh god. Why are you guys falling out the cart? Stop it. Be good wives.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be a good housewife. I'll cook, I'll clean.
I will.
Oh my gosh.
I'll make cinnamon rolls in breakfast.
Cinnamon rolls.
I love cinnamon rolls. I have like a cinnamon roll skillet.
A cinnamon roll skillet. I'm so
Yeah.
jealous.
It's like just a massive pull apart cinnamon roll.
Oh my gosh. I need.
I summoned thy wives.
Hello.
Yay, freedom.
Hi.
Hello. That sucked. I don't know what happened. I can't even explain what happened.
A lot.
Just a lot. So, nice weather we have.
The dogs stop pacing so fast.
Is there something over here? Oh, there is.
Monkey.
Ugh. I was stressed.
Yeah.
I was so
You
stressed.
said there was a vase over here.
It looks like there's two things on our map. What's the second thing?
Chalice.
Did you bring my little guy?
Chalice.
Little guy.
The dude that you got?
Damn. Jesse ran off and found it.
You get that.
Whap. Alright, let's go. Do we wanna... How much do we have?
We have 10,081.
Okay, I was gonna say we can grab everything in these next rooms, or we can just grab some stuff. It's up to you guys. It's gonna take a second to respawn anyway, so...
Might as well grab as much as we can.
100%. Oh, I agree, I agree. Oh, there's something else in that bookshelf. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Teamwork.
Yay! Right? I feel like that's good enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
One dash.
I think he's grabbing the rest of the stuff, so we're good to go. Hello.
Hello.
All right, send her in. Sure, Dad.
Yeah, I think I did everything over here already.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go. Whoa!
Don't.
I'm gonna die.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah. I'm frightened.
All right. Oh, it's in my room. It's in my room. I think Jesse died.
Uh-oh.
It's still in my room. Still in my room. I repeat, still in my room.
Oh, it's coming here.
Oh, it's, yeah, it's going in you guys. Never mind, it's still. I didn't see! I didn't see! No, oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. Just keep the puppy happy.
Oh no! Oh.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why did it kill me? Why did it kill me?
Go.
Why did it kill me? Why did it kill me?
Oh my
Guys!
It's over there. Okay.
I'm stuck!
Wife, you're
I'm
stuck.
fucking stuck!
Oh my god.
I'm stuck in the
Oh, she's
fucking
stuck?
thing! I'm stuck in the fucking thing!
Wife,
I'm back in the fucking room.
I'm stuck.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, what if I just... Oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming! I heard a door.
Oh.
Get down,
Get
get down!
under something. Get under something.
I'm still
Are you
fucking
alright?
stuck!
Don't clank your teeth at me.
Ew, did you actually clink your teeth? I could hear that.
Oh, okay. Wife is
Yeah.
free.
Freedom.
I'm free.
I'm
Okay.
free.
Nope. I lied. I lied.
Oh.
Go back, go back, go back, go back. You're
One more time
It's going where we need to go because of course.
before I go.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna go get Jesse. Jesse, where? There you are. I'm the one supposed to say.
I'm so glad that we can talk with our heads.
Right.
Okay.
It makes it so much easier now.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, if it can't see you after a given time, it does despawn, so just keep out of its way.
Oh. Good to know.
Dog. Dog.
Dog. Dog.
Dog.
Watch its eyes, it'll turn red when you have to touch them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Need to play the dog touching. Okay, it's dark.
You must commence the dog
Oh,
touching.
that's the head. That's the head. Be careful.
Uh-oh.
It was turning, but be careful, because it could turn right back, because that's the turn that we need to make.
It's coming.
Oh shit.
Just get in there. Get in. Just in.
Where is he? Pussy, leave my wives alone! Pussy, leave my wives alone! Oh, I hit him. Wait, come back. Come back!
Please don't see me. It's just floating. Why is he doing that? Dog. I hate it. Oh, the dog's coming too.
No, puppy. Puppy, come here. Come here.
Careful.
Puppy, I like this guy.
What? Hey.
No!
Oh my god.
No!
God for.
Ginny died!
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Sad.
Do you guys respawn?
Yeah, we did. I'll grab Chuni. I know where she wish. Let me in! Alright.
Marco.
Polo. He's in this room.
Aww.
Oh.
God damn it. Leave! Be gone, I say! Alright, come here. Come here, princess. Come here. Hi, princess. There's a dog behind me. I'm going to run. I know. Whap!
Yay!
Yippee!
Yippee!
Stupid, stupid casualties. Service station.
My color here. Oh, it says change color, right? Freaking purple.
So when do we get walkie-talkies? I know that was leaked, but like, when do we get them?
Please just open Discord.
Poor buddy.
Dude, I wasn't even in the screen. Are you fucking kidding me? I wasn't even on the screen, bro. I was looking at my settings.
May have forgotten something.
Trying to. No, we forgot you.
Died? I didn't know she died.
Yeah, you can.
Wait, here. Here, put her in with this.
Oh wait,
I'm so
cereal.
sorry.
I want cereal. Hold on.
Well, I want that.
Oh, my bad, bro. I thought you were just getting something to buy something.
Well, I do need it.
My bad, bro.
You were like, no, you actually don't need this.
Actually, you only need 1 HP.
No, for real. I didn't know you died. I'm so sorry.
Jesse, hurry up, bro. You can't say that you wanted cereal and then nugget cereal.
No, I
Guys?
don't like any of them, actually. I don't like the
Guys?
flavor.
She disappeared.
Oh no, did she
Wait.
crash?
Oh no.
She did, because she's not in the screen anymore.
No.
Oh.
I thought I did something because I picked her up and then she disappeared. I was like, oh.
Are we gonna need to restart?
Yeah, I just have to close down the lobby and then replay it right where we left off.
You're good.
Why are you staring at me like that?
I swear to God, I was in a different screen again. There was no point in buying it because we have to reset anyway. But all right.
Up again.
Num num num. Wubber. Hello.
Hello. Hello. I'm starting my villain arc.
You're starting your villain arc.
I'm starting my villain arc. I'm still shaking and quaking in my boots.
No, no shaking. You got this. You got this. Alright, we ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cat's supposed to be joining in like 20 minutes.
I haven't met Cat yet.
You haven't. Me and Kill played peak.
I know, I watched.
What? Ha ha ha.
Where did my cereal go?
I uploaded that VOD to your VOD channel.
What's the cat with my cereal?
Oh.
It unserialed.
Apparently, goddamn.
Stamina.
You're in there.
Damn.
Oh, uppies?
Yeah, I can check.
Alright,
Hello.
I'm a little rusty.
There's a barrel and a bomb.
In a bomb?
And a bomb.
Yeah. I can get the bomb.
And a duck bucket.
You want the duck bucket, or do you want to duck the bucket, or fuck? I mean, fuck.
bucket?
No, I don't want to.
No, I think we're good after that.
Duck it?
The ducket, the bucket ducky, the duck a bucket,
Teach
the
me
fuck
how
a
to dougie,
bucket. Teach me how to dougie.
Teach me how to dougie. Teach me.
Yo, cause all the women love me.
Cause all the Umas love me. Yeah. I have that shit stuck in my head.
Uma
With
musume?
Mambo singing it.
Yeah. Mambo, mambo. Kyo, get your ass. Let's go. Come on.
Just bring the
Come on.
bucket.
Come on, Kyo. Come on.
Perfect.
Oh!
Now she's on a leash, bro.
Yeah. Fuck, I didn't time.
I'll make it happen. Next
Oh,
con.
what the-
When we meet up at con, don't worry. I got you.
Hell yeah.
Am I not?
So when?
I don't know. I want to go to a convention soon. But like, I need to be somewhat responsible with my money until then. Let's go. It's the Canada level.
Ew.
Ow.
Just
Oh fuck! I did a sharp ass turn.
Yeah, you did.
They said you took a start.
Shard ass turn. I like that better.
It is a dog ball. I'll give it to Kyo.
What is that? 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 No, 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 I'm not down here. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Leave, 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 leave.
Oh, we're on that one. My bad.
What are these? What are these? What are they? What are they? I'm scared, what are they? I can't touch them. Why are they just floating? Why are you coming back? Oh my god, it popped. Wait, the baby popped it. Ah! Oh my god, fuck off. Child, you infant, you fucking placebo. What is that? Why is it making balloons? Did the balloons hurt me? Are you trying to fucking kill me? You're a fucking bitch, bro. You're trying to throw shit at me? And you're popping his balloons, dude.
We have a casualty!
I'm kind of dealing with something.
What the fuck is that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. I don't know, but it's blowing up balloons everywhere.
Oh. Oh, maybe I should fuck me there.
Clown's coming, clown's coming, clown's coming. Do the balloons hurt me? I'm assuming so, because they pop. Because the baby popped them. Eh? Is that Junie? Junie. Choo. Oh my fuck. Oh, hello. You scared me. Come here, beautiful.
Oh.
Kyo? Kyo, are you alive? Kyo?
Yes.
Hi.
There's a dog
Hi.
that's blowing balloons.
Okay.
Okay.
That's unfazed.
What do we do? Where'd the dog go?
Alright, you stay here. We're gonna bring you back.
It's right there. It's right there.
They can come up here!
It what? What did you?
I went up top to avoid it and it jumped up after me.
Oh, okay. So
Where are you? How do I let go again?
E. Oh, baby, baby,
saw
baby.
it first thing.
Actual baby. Grab the baby.
Up, down, up,
The doll
down,
is ignoring us.
down, up, down, up, down. The doll also hates babies.
Careful, those balloons pop. I saw the baby pop one.
Yeah. So what do we can pop them.
Pop it with the orb.
We ran into them.
Oh,
we
you can?
already ran into them.
Doesn't it piss him off though?
Oh,
Yes, it does. Oh, it does. Oh, it definitely does. Oh, it definitely does.
Oh.
Don't look at me, you little bitch. That's my fucking thought. I'm just gonna wait for Kiona to where to go.
To Kyo. We gotta go.
Okay.
We're gonna need more money.
The child's over here. He blew more balloons.
Just don't pop him and don't piss him off. I think that's how he works.
I got pissed.
That should be enough to bring Chu alive.
Yeah, it is. You want it?
Yes. Oh, fuck,
Okay.
people in balloons right here. Oh! Oh. I'm sure he'll be willing to give you more. Oh. Bye, way. Got him.
Alright, ready? Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Yep. Put it in. Oh, if I don't get stuck. Okay, there you go.
Ah.
Where's the card?
I think we left
That's
it
a
somewhere
great
over there.
question.
We left it somewhere over there.
Got you.
So someone's gonna have to grab the money.
I got it.
Freedom.
This is not a whole lot.
I think it's.
There's an arachnophobia mode?
Yeah, there's spiders, I think.
What? Ew. There's what?
Like a no, it's not a spider. It's the like long
Oh, that scared me.
Hey guys.
Oh.
Wait, look.
So.
Oh. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Hey,
Yeah. I maybe. That doesn't look like
Can we
a
grab
good
one?
doll.
Can we grab one?
Oh, maybe.
Bert.
No, the dog bowl.
His name is Birthday Boy.
Wait, grab him.
Aw, happy birthday.
Grab him, grab him, grab him.
Grab him. I got him.
Lift him.
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up,
Report him.
down, up, down, up.
Later. Oh!
Oh,
Oh!
oh.
What happened?
Down, up.
He jumped out of our
Down,
grass.
up.
There we go.
Yay!
It was a late abortion. But
Wait, is he like the easiest boss? What the fuck?
Huh?
Why is he the easiest boss? What the fuck?
For real. So what about the arachnophobia mode?
That long, like, hot dog looking thing with spider legs.
Huh?
That you have to jump on the table to avoid. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Thank
dog?
you.
Not bad that's not bad at all, though.
Yeah, the dog.
Burb.
My roommate made me
What year is
pizza.
2097.
2097.
2097.
Oh.
Oh, hey.
Laser beam.
No, he's gonna fuck our shit up.
He will fuck nothing. He will fuck nothing of the sort.
He's gonna kick our stuff.
He will not do so. There will be no fucking.
Except with the wives. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a door.
Oh! Working mom?
I got it. I got.
Oh, hello.
I don't see him.
Yo, I'm having dinner and a snack. I'm eating pizza while I'm watching this shit.
Nice.
So they're down there. I don't know.
Me?
He took the
Oh,
cart.
hey.
So we have to go down there regardless.
I got a 3D printer.
Ugh.
Oh, hey, that's a.
Extractions right
That's
here.
a.
If you, yep.
That's a.
Yep.
That's a.
Yep.
Oh. Wife?
Kia.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Are you okay? Oh, that's the clown. Oh.
Well, there goes the door. I ain't gonna lie, girl.
Oh.
Yeah, we fucked! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, Keo, run, Keo, he's gonna get Keo, run, Keo, run, Keo, run, Keo, run.
Okay, thank God. Oh,
Go! No!
No. My wife. No.
did she die?
I think she did.
Oh,
Oh man.
Oh
Sorry.
my God.
Keo.
fine. Everything's fine.
What the fuck?
Man, I just saved you.
I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, he's taking the card. Oh.
So what do you think about Chuni?
She's so cute.
I know.
I think it's okay.
I love her.
Awesome.
We're making our friend group slowly, one by one.
Fiona.
Hell yeah.
Both of them? Oh. Oh, I thought I heard.
I keep burning my fucking mouth on this pizza, bro. That shit
Did you
hurts
say
so
you were-
bad. I keep burning my mouth on this pizza. I'm so
Oh, I
hungry.
thought you were talking about sucking Kiona's meat.
I am, I am.
Wait, is
Same thing,
Kiona
probably.
dead? Let me. Why is Kiona dead?
God damn.
Judy.
Was that her?
I'm scared.
Here, hold this
Poor
one.
baby.
She's so new to this game, she doesn't know all the bosses. Even some of the like pre-game ones.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
No. Run. Run.
No. This way.
Oh.
Follow me.
You're doing wonderful, Junie. I'm so proud of you, and you're so beautiful.
Hello?
Hi.
Who's parking outside my door?
Me.
I'm in a very intense game of REPO.
Oh. Those ones hurt my teeth really bad.
Okay, get out here.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
What?
Stay hydrated.
Okay.
All right.
He's just came in my room. Okay.
What's in your life?
Below it.
Kyo is dead,
Oh.
and we need to find half the.
Oh my
Money.
god. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is great. We're doing great.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I believe.
So holy shit, is this thing sensitive? I'm so sorry. I'll just go in front.
It's okay. I love being run over.
Don't tell him that I told you this, but Jesse's also really nervous.
ID.
Aww.
Sell someone's personal
We can
information.
sell an ID.
He's doing very
Sell
good.
someone's personal
He
information.
always does. I don't know why he's sticking up
Love
to
it.
himself.
Mhm.
I love him.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Bathroom.
He had to check the toilet. See if celery shit.
Of course. Of
He had to piss earlier.
Oh my god.
Why is there
Nothing?
nothing? Oh my god.
There is nothing.
Yeah, I think we
Was there
swept
anything
that
else up
place.
here?
I think the baby might have broken stuff.
Or over here?
Maybe.
Oh my god, in that room up top there's stuff.
You were up here, right? Or is this the?
I feel like we were.
Uh.
Yeah. This is where the big thing was.
Mm.
Was it just that?
I think so, but it might be
Oh
more.
man.
Oh man.
Oh, this is like a parkour. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it was just that. That was up there.
Oh, okay.
Go up to play.
I
You don't have to do any parkour
Okay,
here.
it's fine.
maybe,
It's fine.
maybe
it's fine.
there's just nothing up here.
You could.
We'll pull through.
There's a way to walk across.
Nah, just let him.
Oh my gosh.
Let
I
him
keep
suffer.
going in circles. I don't think I was over here.
Oh. Wait, I don't think we went downstairs, did we?
No.
Downstairs.
I went straight ahead,
Whoa.
but I didn't go downstairs.
That's
Although I didn't even search that whole room over there.
Why is there also nothing down here?
Oh.
What the fuck?
The dog.
No, there's the acoustic guitar.
Why is a guitar in here?
Scientists get bored. Can I have your help? I'm
Yes.
weak.
Okay.
Oh my god, Jesse.
Whoa.
You wanna play that acoustic?
How do I do it?
Oh my
You
god.
just
Noise
click.
causes the monsters to
Oh.
respawn quicker.
Oh.
Oh!
Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh.
I really hope my
I'm not
theory is
good at
wrong.
this.
Oh, my theory ain't wrong.
Oh, baby.
Hey.
Shit.
Up.
Die!
Oh.
Hey!
Oh.
Hey! Hey! Why is he
Oh.
better at this game than me?
Yay!
No.
Haha. Imagine dying.
Yeah, Ghost and Kyo. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Hello?
Hello? That was unwarranted.
What do we do?
I don't know why I don't.
We were talking about the monsters, bro. You're on our
We
shit list.
should have enough.
Not us being worried about
I
them.
think we have enough.
Yeah, I'm never being worried again.
Okay. All right. Oh, we definitely do have enough.
Yay!
Yippee! And then we book it to the truck. Because they fucked with a bunch of sound, which means stuff is
Absolutely
going to
nothing can
respawn
go.
quicker.
Wrong.
Oh.
Of course.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey!
Do you want to kill that guy?
Yes, I hate this guy. Screw off.
Okay.
Oh my god.
That's what he did earlier. He could launch out of your grip, but he doesn't go anywhere.
Yay!
Nice. Oh, the balloon's popping, nice.
That's nice.
Yeah, I got it.
Yay!
The
Yippee.
clown is outside somewhere
Yay.
though, I saw it.
Oh,
Beautiful.
This freaking door. It's come up. Okay.
okay, there we go.
Everything's in our way.
Alright, Keo, get ready to run.
It's mail.
Yay.
We're back.
Sound stuff makes stuff respawn faster. Sound stuff makes stuff respawn faster, so we have to run. You guys messed with the guitar, and anything that produces noise makes them respawn faster. Alright, let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my god, I opened up my Steam tab, help! Okay.
Did anyone die?
Shooting.
Yes.
Oh, there's the doll. First of all.
The doll's a little.
There's a baby.
Got you, my G.
Keo?
Yes,
You good to run?
yes.
Alright, run.
I need to itch my nose. Can you take?
Over here, Keo, over here! Keo,
I
run!
went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
There's children here.
It's fine, he's not a threat. He got nothing to throw at us.
Unless this. I dropped his head. Which counts. That was a horrible thing.
Oh! Oh, I revived so fast.
Yippee! Alright, go.
Leave.
Get the fuck out of here.
Good job.
Money.
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 Something I don't have.
Same. Ah!
Oh.
I didn't think you'd go that far.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Dude,
I like this
Wait,
thing.
can we have the bat? That's actually
I want the
sick.
bat.
I think we can afford it.
How
It's
much is it?
47,000.
Put it in there.
Put it in.
Put it in.
Bro, I don't fucking need this. It's fine.
Alright,
Oh my gosh.
so there goes
No,
our
it's
allowance.
Jesse, you can have mine.
Huh?
No, it's okay. I already have one.
I also already have one.
I'll take it. For the good of our team.
Alright, let's go.
What you snacking on?
Now you can't be scared because you have a bat.
True. I have sour bright eggs.
I want to snack on something.
Over it.
I want to snack on something too. I just had pizza.
Alright, White, the other one's yours.
Do you know how to put it into your inventory?
Do you know that?
No.
So you
Why
press
does the
1,
bat have
2, or 3.
charges?
You can wind it up.
Oh.
Oh.
If no one's gonna take it, I'll take it. Goddamn.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna keep my distance.
Wait, ready? Wait, wait, I'm gonna throw myself at you. Ready? Oh.
Oh,
Ready?
Alright.
Whee! Oh, I failed.
Oh! She got your ass.
Shit. Good shit. Good job.
Thank you.
Ghost.
Oh, I'm unstoppable.
I need to go back in your stream and watch it.
No, I got you. I got you.
Oh, thank you.
I'll VOD scrub for this specific.
Yeah.
I'll send all the
I
clips.
need. I'll be back.
What is that? What is this? Oh.
Oh.
Alright,
Mom.
girl
Oh my
power.
God. Yeah.
No, Chuni. I swear to God. Alright, girl power. We got this.
Hey, Chuni, have you met my dad? Here he is.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm so nervous now.
It's Kyo's dad. He was a piece
We're
of
selling
shit.
him.
He looks a little scary.
Where's the thing? Is it over?
Over here.
Oh, heard. I
Jesse's
see.
in the way.
Jesse.
Fuck, bro, fine.
Oh, I have like a heartbeat thing going on. What was that? Why are there like leprechauns all over the wall right here?
They're wizards, not leprechauns.
They're fucking leprechauns.
They're wizards. It's a wizard school.
They look like leprechauns.
It's a wizard school.
Goddamn, look at
Here.
that money. We have enough for the next one.
Alright, if we find the next extraction point, dump the money and then we'll start putting stuff in.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
You what?
Who? Where? When?
You?
How? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Oh.
Probably.
Fuck those doors, bro.
Who needs doors?
Make way for my queens.
Honest.
What is that?
After you,
Wait.
Your Majesty.
What is that?
Shrooms.
Mushroom.
Stop.
Whoa, we taking shrooms.
Shrooms.
Is this a shroom? I can't tell.
Oh.
Oh, 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 oh. I didn't know we had enough.
For you, Chimney. It's being sold now, but it is for you.
It's
my
being
gosh,
sold
I'm
now, but
blushing.
it is. That's all that counts. We need the money.
We lost the palace, but we have the crown.
But we're for real.
Oh, hey, that's a
Whoa.
thing. Guys.
Whoa.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's. Oh!
I think it goes until it kills you, Kyo.
I think the fuck not. Oh, don't. No.
Hear me out.
No.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Someone has to hear me out.
That's your hear me out?
Yep.
Chuni.
Ghosty.
Stop. Say my name more. So is Kyo dead?
I don't know.
We should probably go check. Wait, if it hunts us all down one by one, that means one of us has to like, oh, it is hunting us.
Oh.
So we gotta like hurry up and get to the extraction before we die.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Just so you know, if that thing spots you, it grabs you from under anything to stretch arms.
okay.
So have fun.
What the hell?
So if you see hands come on your screen, let me know because that means you're next. And that means Jesse died.
Oh. Okay.
Luckily, he found the third extraction. So we can just run there.
3.
Yeah, we're high.
Oh, shit.
He is on top of this shit. Holy fuck. He also just finds them for us. Princess treatment at the max. My nose itches! Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh, my nose itches so bad. I can hear it. You haven't gotten the hands.
Nibble on your nose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have cat hair on my nose ring, I think. On my septum. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Have you gotten hands in your screen yet?
Yes, I got the hand thing, but it hasn't come to me yet.
Okay. I don't know if you were looking for more stuff, but I threw it in. I figured
I
with
didn't
the
finish looking
hands.
over here.
Yeah, I figured with the hands,
Oh, I
it's best
got-
we just
what
get
the
out.
heck? Why did I get the hands?
Okay, so it's hunting
Oh.
Chuni.
Oh, fun.
So just
Well,
be
the good
careful.
news is,
We're
well,
done.
yeah, we
Oh!
can go. The dog's here. The
Oh,
dog.
whoa. I don't think that's a
Fuck-ass
dog.
It's a fuck ass dog.
You don't bite it.
What the dog doing?
Hi, Chimney. Dog's stupid as fuck, that's what.
Oh,
Can't even climb the stairs.
Hey, leave me
Oh,
Oh, come up, it can't climb the stairs.
Doesn't know how to
Oh,
run.
hey, you're a lady here.
Oh wait,
Oh,
if
you
it
need
kills
to
her, if it
run.
kills her, it's gonna immediately move to us.
Oh.
Chuni, run. Because if it kills her
It
and then
loves me.
moves to
Back
us, it'll
off.
kill us.
Back
Can we
the fuck
pick it up?
bitch.
Oh!
Oh, she doesn't like that.
Oh!
The dog's here.
Yeah, that's what killed me.
Wait, it's confused.
It's bi? Gay?
Congratulations. Where did Shuni go?
Where did Shuni go?
Oh.
Probably where the
Oh,
rope thing is going.
Yeah. It's called Loom.
Loom.
Oh, wait, where you go?
I'm trying to see if I can get her from this side so it doesn't get her if she turns around. Chuni. Chuni.
Junie?
Uh-oh.
Junie?
Oh.
Oh, hey! What's it doing?
It's confused.
Junie?
Hello. Oh. You're gonna need a. We need a run.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me.
Alright, just go to the ship.
What
Go to
did
the
I
ship.
do?
Just go to the ship.
Okay.
We'll try and grab her head and meet you there.
I got it. I got it, you go back. I got it.
Well, I'm right next to you, so. Wait, we can just chill with her.
Yeah, she doesn't care about us. Dog!
Oh.
Oh my god.
The dog's here?
Keo, you need to run.
Okay.
Did
it's
Keo
on
just
me.
die?
It's on me.
The fucking eyeball's here and I can't get out. The eyeball's here and I can't
Back
get
up,
out.
back up, back up.
Back up, 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 back up. It's not letting me back up. Where do I back up from? Jesse, where do I back up? Jesse, this isn't where I was supposed to be. What if I back up here? Is this here? Oh wait, it is. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, I'm a-
fucking with me!
Come on. Come on.
No! No! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Holy...
I don't think I got everyone. I was holding Junie the entire time, and so when I passed by the like to go button, it automatically did it because I was trying to get away from the eye.
Oh, what is this?
Do you want a hammer?
Oh, it's the most overpowered thing. I'm actually S tier.
Huh?
I don't know, I'm just talking on my ass. Do you want anything?
I love you.
I love you too. I want to get sprint speed. Or do you want it?
I love
I'll
that
get
you
the
got
double
for
jump.
me.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm glad.
Alright. Anything.
Does anybody want cereal?
Oh!
Oh!
Man, I just came to see what you guys are doing.
I'll take some cereal. What is that?
It's a frying pan?
It's the rector.
A rector.
Okay, for Rapunzel, calm down.
Oh hey, I'm attracted to those.
What? Oh, because you're pan. I thought you were trying to say that you were like Rapunzel, and I was like, what?
No.
And then I was like attracted to.
Rapunzel's my favorite princess though.
Oh. I don't know what my favorite princess is.
Your mom?
I don't either.
Maybe Anna, because she was so unapologetically herself.
Valid.
Ow.
Princess and the Frog.
How'd you? Damn, you got to go so long.
I erect very far.
Wait, we got a runway now.
Oh hell yeah.
Whoa, what the?
My runway!
Hey, hey. Oh, bitch.
Oh.
Jesse.
Why is it working? Why is it working?
Jesse's in the toilet. Haha.
No. No. This is just like high school.
Why is it working? Oh. Oh, look at you.
You're just a little baby. Get back to bed. Oh! Broke the toilet. Wait, now I can put him in.
You want this?
I think we
Don't
do.
stop. Let it happen. Don't stop. Get it. Get it. Jesse, stop trying to commit suicide and let's go. Did you guys kill?
What?
Jesse!
Jesse!
What happened?
What'd you do?
What did
I
you
don't even
do?
know.
Look her in the eyes
I don't even know.
and see
I
what
don't-
you did.
Well, it has to face at me to do that.
I'm trying.
I don't know. I don't
Look
know.
what you did. Look what you did, Jesse.
I see.
Look what you did!
No. Wait, I'm hungry. Hold on.
Bro. Hello?
In the middle of like
can fix
apologizing.
this.
Wait, I'm hungry.
In the middle of the jury. Oh.
He actually.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, so that was something. Anyway, let's go.
Let's
I'm
go.
so sorry.
Yeah, you should be.
I don't think it was actually you that did anything.
No, no,
Wow. Okay, so I got blamed for jack shit.
Yeah.
No, you did
Yeah.
it. No, you did it.
Yeah, you did.
It was all you, actually.
Oh, you already started.
Yeah.
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 Get in the back.
Get in the cuck chair. We're- Can I have the double jump?
This is mine.
Jesse!
Oh my god.
What? I didn't take the double jump.
I tried to warn you that
Oh,
she was
my
going
bad.
crazy. I looked over and I was like, Jesse.
My bad.
She found her bat. Everyone run. Level 5! How exciting! This is the furthest. This is the furthest I've joined. Or gotten.
Oh, hey.
Joined, gotten.
I can't see because this fucking thing's still on the.
In game after this.
Is that a Cybertruck?
Invite. What's a Cybertruck? Oh, that is a Cybertruck.
Ghost.
What?
Is Cat joining?
Yeah, after this one.
Okay.
I'm downstairs.
Okay. Well, I'm upstairs. How's being downstairs?
I love being the bottom.
You like being at bottom? I can be a top for you, but only for you, cause like I'm kind of shy.
Bet or go?
I may say I'm a top, but in reality, I fold easier than a tortilla.
Write this down.
Hello.
Oh, did you hear that?
No.
Okay.
What'd you
Don't
say?
even worry.
What'd you say?
Don't even worry.
No, I want to
Don't
know.
even
What'd you say,
worry.
Junie? What'd you say?
What the heck?
What'd you say?
Don't even worry.
What'd you
Don't
say?
even- don't-
Curious. Princess.
don't even worry.
I'm curious.
Oh.
Call me a curious cat, but then shh. What the fuck? Oh, there's trash right there. I was like, why can't I get it? Oh. Can I get in this way? Wait. I'm using 10% of my power of brain, and it worked.
You're in my head. I can't see you.
There's nothing in this car. I've been bamboozled. And quite frankly, I feel very, offended. Hello? Hello?
But I have an idea.
Whoa.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, here, just push it
Can
off
you
the
place
edge.
the cart?
I
No,
found
place it down the stairs.
I found another thing.
Place it down the stairs. Ghost!
I found a cryostasis chamber.
What? She was gonna kill me, bro.
I was not. Come here, guys. Oh, guys.
Ooh, guys. What's ooh, guys?
No.
Ooh, guys.
Watch this. Because then it slides down. Because then it slides down.
Oh, guys.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine.
What's
There's
up?
An alien. There's an alien over there, and there's a car safety chamber ring.
Oh.
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 Oh, Jesse!
Oh.
I'm helping.
You're not.
I'm helping.
Ah, fuck.
Maybe we leave this for the next extraction since it's over there. Or it might be over there.
Fair enough.
Jesse, leave your shit.
My shit in the way, bruh. I need help get my shit out of the way.
What is happening right now?
I'm dying. Everything hurts.
Okay, well now it's in the cart, so we can bring it.
No!
It's in the cart.
It's,
Oh.
Jesse, there's a door.
We can leave it for the next one. It's right downstairs from here.
Okay. Hold on.
We're gonna lose it with no value. It's gonna go to 0. There's no way this is gonna work.
I just need to get out of the way.
Oh.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great, Queen. Keep her there. You're good. You're good. Alright, drop it. You're fine.
Oh. Jesus.
Alright.
I love that practice. You kicked it.
What's it
I'm
at?
fucking dead.
Oh, it's at 10K.
I'm fucking dead.
Oh my god.
Why do you look so sad?
I like looking sad.
You know what? Real shit. I can't even. No, Kyo, come here. Come here. Turn around.
What happens if
Turn
I
around.
jump in here?
Alright.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Oh, did they ever take the car in here?
No, I don't believe we did.
Oh, there's a vape right here.
A vape? A penis?
Yeah, you want it?
My dick.
My dick.
That's a USB. Oh my fuck.
There ain't shit in the car.
Wait, are USBs just like PC's vapes?
I guess.
No, they're their butt plugs because you insert.
Oh, Jesse, you ruined it, bro. Too much. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. I don't like that this is unexplored area and all the doors are open. Just want to say that. What?
Oh god, there's another big thing.
Damn, you're just going down there? Balls to the wall, huh?
VHS team. Uh-huh.
Nothing. Alright.
There's another big thing up there.
I like how you brought your little thing down.
Oh, my bonsai.
Secret tunnel.
Jesse, come.
What? Oh, you scared me, bro. What the fuck?
I didn't know he was voice activated.
Jesse
Fucker.
stimming.
Hello?
Oh, wait, one of these you can use, right? Yes.
Oh my god, schizo pills. Schizo pills. You need some?
I do. Where?
Right
Where?
here. Right here. Right here.
Where?
Right here.
Where?
Right here. Right here. Right here.
Damn, she really does need them.
Thank you.
What is that? Oh, that's oh, I see. Kyo has a flamethrower and I'm scared.
Why'd be scared when you can join me?
Saladin! Sorry.
Oh my god, cream over your husband another time. We have repoing to do. Hey.
I miss him.
Shit.
Wait, how many ports are there?
3.
I already saw one that was locked.
There's a lot of stuff. There's 3 total.
Wait, there's something over
I
here.
forgot
Oh, you grabbed
I
it.
had the dumb.
Yeah.
I forgot I had the dumb.
Yeah.
There's another. Why are there so many VHS heaps? Oh, this isn't. Oh, yes, it is. VHS.
Oh my god, there's
Someone was having a movie marathon.
Someone's having a movie. There's a thing here. Real me.
Oh yeah. We're gonna die.
Alright, now hopefully that flame doesn't go off on the highly flammable substance.
It's directed to. It's pointed directly at me. Yo, you motherfucker.
Stop pushing me! I'm trying to put it up! Oh!
Oh.
I went into the fucking back rooms!
There's stuff I dropped out of the cart.
I was walking backwards, minding my own business, and I went into the back rooms.
Still up here?
Oh.
What is
This, it's the camera, I think.
Yeah, stuff fell out of the cart.
I blame Jesse.
Well, yeah, that one was. This one I'll accept.
Except
'Cause it was true.
this one.
Yeah. Oh, alien. You should move. Should move. Not that way though.
Oh, Scissorhands is over
Motherfucker.
here. No, all the stuff, all the
guys
stuff, all the
suck,
stuff, all the stuff, all the stuff, all the stuff, all the
I
stuff, all the
was
stuff,
trying
all
to
the
say
stuff,
to
all the
move
stuff,
it.
all the stuff.
Oh shit.
We're fucked.
I have the view.
Oh. Oh.
I-
Oh.
Oh. Oh man.
Kinda cute.
Oh man.
What?
Oh man.
The thing.
Kinda cute.
No.
Oh man.
Yeah, see, it's good.
Jesse did die.
Oh.
Wife died.
I did die.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah,
my
so we ain't getting out of this
We're
one.
no, I think we have to quit this one.
Gosh.
Man.
Oh man.
Oh, they're both dead.
We were so close to having enough fun. Oh.
Oh my god.
The vape.
What are we gonna do?
Are we? Oh my god.
We could bring
it's
them back to the truck.
How's it going?
What if we sold them?
It's going.
That's a joke.
Yes, sir. Edward Scissorfingers is back. Making a sequel.
Oh.
Making a sequel.
Cute though.
Oh,
No.
it's cute though. Oh.
Kyo needs to learn to move this stuff. I
Screw
don't know.
off! Oh my god, oh my god.
The alien
oh my
was
god,
coming
it's
out, I was
not
like, yo,
cute,
you need
it's
to
not
run, and
Cute!
it's
I
stuff.
take it back! I take it back!
Jiminy! It's okay. It's okay, honey.
That
It's okay, honey. You're okay. I promise. We're here.
Bastard.
Oh, I thought it was so cute until I looked at its face.
That's not menacing at all. Hi. Hi.
Ah.
Wife, you got this, okay? I believe in you. You got this.
Okay.
You got this. I love
Oh,
you.
cuddle.
Okay,
I
I
love
love you. I love you. You just gotta take us to an extraction and pray that you have enough.
I don't, but I can take you guys to the truck and revive you there.
No, it's after.
What?
I know what you are.
Okay.
Oh.
Dog!
Oh,
Oh. There's stuff up there.
okay.
This thing.
Oh. I got pissed!
Pissed.
Oh, hey. What you doing over there? Catch it.
Oh,
W.
W.
Not W, not W, not W, not
Not
W,
W.
not W.
Yikes. Anyway.
Oh shit, it hit the dog.
It hit the dog?
Yeah, the dog's huge now.
Oh.
Oh my god!
No!
GG.
Why did that just come out of nowhere? That actually scared the shit out of me. Oh my god.
Motherfucker ran up on you like Flintlock
Oh.
would.
Oh my
Oh
god. Scared the fuck out of me. Anyways. Why is it so hard to...
Wait, we gotta kill the
My
guy.
ultimate weapon.
Oh no! Dude, Judy, you launched me! You launched me so far! Oh my god, it was your ultimate weapon for real! Mother, I didn't even have a second to see what you had and I was fucking hitting the cosmos. I was about to go visit Kiona's parents. You didn't even hear me, but I said I went so far that I was about to meet Kiona's parents.
Oh! God,
That's how fucking
valid.
fast. I was like, alright, cool. Alright, let me see what Kat is doing.
Follow. Follow. Followed. I need to follow everyone.
Where's my other wife? Gotta. Gabby's gotta. God, you sent me a message 24 minutes ago. You sent me a message 4 minutes ago. And it's not on yet. Why did you close out the game if you said that it was on? Come back you fucking come here? Where did you go within those 4 minutes? Why can't you notice me? Where the fuck is she?
She's streaming. Just check. Just stalk her.
Is she streaming?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I am. Twitch.tv. Where's Cat? Where's Cat? Where's Cat? Where's Cat? Where's Cat? All right, clicking. Hold on, I'm clicking. I'm clicking. Turn that shit up on full volume. And then I will, in all caps, where are you? I have sent so many invites. Wife, please. It's not typing. I haven't been typing the whole time. Oh my fucking god, hold on. Okay, got it. Wife. Where are you? Where are you? We're waiting. She's looking at you. Cat.
You didn't want to give me a fucking time. You just went, let's play, by the way. I'm like, oh, shit, alright, damn.
I missed you.
I missed you.
What were you looking at anime?
Yeah. Let me make sure my chat can hear you real quick. Because I don't think they can hear the game.
I thought I genuinely was like, oh, this should be fine. I'll just like invite Cat after we're done with that game. And then the game lasted a decent while. And then I text you and I was like, it got say. And then I heard nothing and I was like, Cat, where'd you go? Cat, please. Come back.
Yeah. You waited only 4 minutes.
That's 4 minutes too long, wife. That's
I was waiting for 38. What do you mean? I said, I'll be ready at 7. I'm loading up my stuff. You went, nothing.
I didn't have my Discord open and I'm on Do Not Disturb. I'm sorry. Anyway,
okay,
Kat, this is Shuni. This is a small streamer that I fell in love with. She's super, super cute.
We're all small streamers. Huzzah! Hello!
It's a baby.
We're all babies.
We are.
My wife's been harassing you. Smiley face kisses.
Alright, we ready?
Yeah. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I'm gonna die. I'm fucking scared.
I'll hold your hand.
Merge chats be good babies.
We'll all die while holding hands.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have shared chat on or no?
I'm turning it on. Hold on. I was waiting till Cat fully got in here. Alright.
Oh, there we go.
We're good.
What is this game? Repo! Tatter.
Barrel.
Or don't.
Bring it back.
Yeah, I'm not your fucking daddy.
Bring it back. No, bring it back. Bring it back, bro. Bring it back.
Put it in. Huzzah! Huzzah!
I don't wanna go yet. I don't wanna leave yet.
Oh, wait. Oh, I think I'm dead.
Someone's phone.
Might be a bit mean.
Gnomes! Little mid.
Here you
Come
go.
here.
Yeah. Ready? 4.
Yeah, chats, be nice to each other. Say hi. Give each other kisses.
Where'd the cart go?
Or
Everyone
brawl.
kiss.
Fight to the death.
Yeah, or fight to the death, I guess. You know what? Hell yeah.
Who do you think will win?
I fucked up. I didn't know it was enough.
No. No.
That's my bad.
They got
It
stuff.
says it, you silly goose. Can someone help me pick this up?
I tried to put it next to it, but then it was too heavy. I was too small.
No, don't put it in yet. Don't put it in yet.
Oh.
We don't want to leave yet.
Oh yeah, we don't want to leave yet.
Well, we want to bring the cart, no?
But this goes in the cart because we're not ready to leave.
But
We can leave it in here if you want.
But-
Just put it next to it.
that's what I was trying to do, and then it fell in, and I was too weak, and I was like, eh. It's a hairbrush. That's fine.
But
Yeah.
Kat, how are you? I missed you.
I'm doing good. I've been working a lot. My brain empty.
Brain empty.
Brain is soup. I'm so eepy.
Whose phone is going off?
It's the in-game. It's a fake
Oh my god, it's 𝚃𝚆𝙸𝚃𝙷.
Ow.
I'll be back.
Hello? You were just viciously attacked. I saw it.
Yeah. He attacked me to go talk with his husband.
Wow.
What the fuck?
SMH.
Are they?
Oh.
Oh, man.
Oh, we have so much shit to get. God damn. What the hell?
First
There's a
round.
lot of shit in the room over here.
Whoa! Get it over, please.
Nonsense. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
No. We can talk about this. I know some really good cat girls. I can show you my feet for free. Would you like that? You don't even have to pay the subscriber fee, I promise.
Oh. Excuse me?
Hey.
Hey. What was that?
How's it going?
She's gonna throw up, but she's dead.
God,
Wait,
I didn't know you could blush.
Ghost is dead. And Kyo.
Oh my god.
I didn't know that dude
You
could
guys are
squish.
fun. I'll be out here by
Yeah.
the
Turned into a
It's right
pancake.
there.
Oh my god.
Let me at him.
Whack bonk.
You grip it at me.
Only I can grip at you. Wait. Oh shit! I can move. I'm coming, wife. Oh wait. Never mind. I'm stuck. It's behind you.
Suck my balls. My giant balls.
Oh my gosh, she's obsessed with you.
I got the jukes. Oh, it's my giant taint. She can't handle it.
Take me away, wife.
I just grab you and run.
Robbie, thank you for the 50.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, I've missed this group. I missed it.
Cat has so much energy. Oh my god.
She does. She helps me so much.
Scared.
I know.
Caution. Can you bring me a bedtime story? Oh.
Hey.
I think they're in danger. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, we need to play with Cat more, bro. She wakes me up. I was like passing out.
You spare us.
Suck my dick.
She's the extroverted friend that we need.
We give another offering.
Oh my god.
Boom.
My god.
Grippies.
Dinner?
What?
I'm busy, I can't eat dinner.
Hi, wife. Wife?
I will save you, wife. Oh my god, Kirby is sucking. Kirby's sucking my wife. No.
Me next.
Ayo.
Yeah, both of us,
Wait.
both of us, both of us.
Changing my name to Kirby. The damn IRS is collecting my fucking taxes once again. Huzzah! Is that all the
I
the
found the
noggins?
ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh!
Uh-oh. You go get touched. Oh. Hello? Okay. Hello?
Changing my name to my wife.
That was so goaded.
Where did everyone? I hear them, but I.
Oh,
Oh, hello. Hello. I've been
About
so
to-
scared. Hello.
Valid. That bitch is scary as fuck. I hate her. I hate her. I hate everything she stands for. I hope she stubs her
me out.
toes.
Hear me out.
No.
I'm hearing. I'm listening. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
I'm hearing. I'm
Do you
hearing
get
it.
it?
I get it. Look, I mean, look. The way she got them grippers on her, you know? I understand. Like,
Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow. Just a little bit of. I'm fucking stupid.
I understand.
Nice to meet you. I'm dumb as fuck. A bonsai? Would you like a
Bonsai?
little plant?
A bonsai?
I love him.
All for you. All for you. Oh, let me take this little
blushing.
USB washing dial. I gave a lady a plant. Or wait, what's your pronoun? Wait.
Yeah, she works.
Woo! I gave a lady a plant. New wife wire. New wife wire.
Yay! Circle of lives.
Yes.
Where
I
have you
need
been?
the art.
Where have you been?
I was up word sick, waiting for you guys here.
Well, I have
They
mommy
were
issues,
having a wedding.
so I'm leaving again. You're coming with me.
Yay!
God.
I promise not to kill
Someone's
us.
gonna need to clip that.
It's okay. if
I'm
you
so
do.
VOD scrubbing after this
I'll
cue.
try my best. Back into this room. Nothing bad will happen.
Totally.
A camera? Wow. Oh fuck.
Oh.
Oh my god. Did I look hot? Oh, thank god. Oh my god, this bitch came from the bathroom? That's
Bruh.
fucking nasty. She came out there and touched us with her poop hands. Didn't even wash.
Didn't even wash.
Fucking shame.
I won't
And she made a
redact
mess.
my-
She
Oh my god,
shitted
she did.
everywhere, bro.
Everywhere.
God damn.
Whole
Did you even
stall.
flush? She didn't even flush. Dude, stop. Fucking gross.
You gotta slurp that shit up.
What's this? Is this a tape?
Tape?
Wow.
Oh, wife is a
My
recording of us.
13th reason. I found it. Thank God. Yay. Sorry, I'm really unhinged. And I'm really high.
Okay.
Gigs.
Love that for you.
Hi.
Hey. Wait, there's another thing. Grabbing? Where are
Another
you?
thing.
Hello? Wait. Am I?
Oh,
Yo,
she's
pick
okay.
up your damn phone.
Wait, is it stuck in the snow? That's so stupid. It's stuck! I saw it for a second. Oh! Wow!
Wow.
Cinema.
I got magic fingers.
Cinema.
You're so good. You got them special grippers. Hell yeah! Wait, let me check the lockers, make sure no one got needed, and then we bring back the wives.
I think there's two in there.
We're waiting.
Yeah.
So patiently.
Oh! You numb bitch! Come here!
Oh! Hey! That's the cart, that's not the...
Ow.
Wife!
Wife, you have catnip too?
I do.
Oh.
I have catnip too.
I got balls.
I love Nippy.
I love nips. I love nipples. Especially Guiona's.
Oh
Oh
Keep it
yeah.
stuck in there.
Come here.
Hell yeah, we're fucking rich. Lord of the Dome! You bitch! Yeah, get fucking wrecked!
Yo?
Sorry, I hate those little fuckers.
Yeah, that's right.
God damn, cat, do that to me. Come here.
Real.
I hate them fuckers. I hate them fuckers.
Hey!
Fuck 'em.
You might need to turn me down.
Yo,
a little.
your Deku impression was low-key kind of good. I'm not gonna lie.
God, I'm really happy.
Oh shit.
Big bitch.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh my god. Guys, can I show you a picture? Oh my god. I need to show you a picture right now.
Show me it right now.
Hold on, I'm
Yeah?
taking a photo of it.
Looking.
Looking respectfully.
Looking.
Okay, hold on. I'll send it to each one of you.
Oh,
My cat fell asleep on my VTuber.
Oh.
Looking.
Wait, what?
Oh my goodness.
cute.
Oh,
That's so cute.
get
She's
the
on the iPad. True iPad baby. Yay.
Isn't that cute?
It's so cute.
Oh my god, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna actually cry. I love my daughter.
Ow.
1 minute. My child decided to take a shit on the ground.
Oh no.
Hello?
My bad. My bad.
Chat,
My
you
bad.
wanna see?
My bad.
Yeah?
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Oh.
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Hello?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I've fallen. I just can't get up. Hachan, will you help me out? Uppies. Hey, I love uppies.
Why you mad?
Wait. I am rising up. I am being risen up. Uplift me, Dial. Thank you.
You're up as much as you can be.
Oh, bless. Thank you. My titties
What
were
is
heavy. This
happening?
helps a lot.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're a guy hold wife too?
Yes?
I am being held. I've never been held so lovely in my life. Wow. Both my wives just caressing.
Oh, all of. Oh,
My bad.
What is that?
My bad. Uh-oh.
Ledge my hammer until it bounces crazy style. Oh.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Where's Jesse?
God.
Probably in the toilet again.
Jesse?
Oh. That was big jumps. That was big dodge.
Jesse?
It makes such an ominous sound when you swing it.
He's sleeping in the shitter.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you again. No lie. That was an accident that time. Wait, do we want more stuff?
Hey, wait, I'm gonna go AFK for like 3 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Very fast.
Oh, good. I need to turn on my music too. I forgot I have it up still high. Oh wait, but I have to turn it up because next is Fly Me to the Goon. So I might as well play that now.
Where's Cat? Cat, piss one. When are we playing draft? I can't hear you.
Where's that sledgehammer
yeah, no,
again?
No,
Where's that
confess
sledgehammer
you're streaming
again?
playing League of Legends. You're playing League of Legends with me. We're playing League of
How do
Legends.
I cease
Okay,
to exist?
alright.
Oh, step on this. Step on this, cat. Step on that.
Okay. Yay! Oh, it actually hurts me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Oh. Why do I hear a duck? Quack? I have 73 HP.
I'm 42.
I have 35! I don't want to hear no crying. Oh. Oh no, wife, don't be sad. It's okay. I love you. I love you, beautiful.
You love me?
I do. It's kind of crazy, but I think I'm about a minute. Sorry, did I just hear you gulp?
I don't know what you mean. I've never been talked to like this, Kachanam. I'm just a little nervous.
Hey, we can go slow. Oh.
I can hear we both are now.
Hammer each other. Let's just... I heard screaming. What just happened? What just happened? Are you okay?
That was me saying that I'm back.
Hey,
Hello. Hello.
meow.
Just hear blood-curdling screams. I'm back, by the actually.
That's my alarm clock, actually.
Repo is so fun, though, Victoria. You should play it. You should play it. You should
Oh.
play it. Fuck.
Back to the violence, I see.
With all the love in my heart.
It's okay. I like it. My cat woke up.
Wow, wow, wow!
I'm swinging it! I'm swinging it crazy!
Oh my
Wow.
god!
Ow, ow, ow.
Call me Rapunzel the way I swing that thing. Oh, fuck.
Oh. If you say so.
Light damage. Just a little bit. E. E. E.
Oh, damn. That's how big you get?
Yeah.
Oh.
When I look at you, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. How about that? Catch up, Chad.
Oh.
What the?
Why? You see a little ducky? I see a ducky. Ducky.
Oh. 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 Oh.
We're in
Oh.
danger.
Where did it go?
Where'd it
Oh, it's
go?
right here.
Oh.
Oh!
God.
My bad. That's on
I'm
me.
swinging my big old peen. My giant peen.
Dennis.
Here, I'll open wide.
Oh my god. Mwah. I love you.
Where the fuck is Jesse? Hello? Come
Can I press
here.
the buy button?
Oh, I didn't want to go in here.
Come on.
I hit my duck. Wow, bouncing on it crazy style. Wow.
Oh my god.
Look at it go. Did we accidentally just buy the duck? Oh, no, there it is.
I wish. Jesus Christ.
He expensive. This motherfucker. This is a powerful duck. Get out of here.
Oh.
Oh, he tried forever. He's gone.
Oh.
Taking a little nap. Taking a nap. Look at this napping little bit.
Dang
Look
it.
at this little
Damn,
napping
can he
baby.
breathe?
Look at him napping.
He doesn't sound like he's breathing.
He's so tired.
What is happening?
Into the Bob Ross corner. Good night. I'm pressing that button. I'm pressing it. We pressing it.
Pressing it crazy style, Dio.
I missed you on purpose, wife.
me.
I love you. I totally missed on purpose.
Dang,
I got a
good,
double
dang.
jump. Yeah. Yummy, yummy. There's mods they have that make you
Fruit
be able to
salad.
all stack it now too.
Yummy, yummy.
Fruit
Fruit
salad.
salad.
Fruit salad.
Yummy,
Give me
yummy.
a-
Yummy, yummy.
Put your fruit salad in my mouth. Wait, who's that?
Now do the veggie dance. Now do the
Who got the
veggie
range
dance.
upgrade?
Now do the veggie dance.
Whose upgrade is
Eat
this?
it up. Who's
I
upgrade?
think it fell in. I wasn't even there, but I think it fell in.
Would you like upgrade?
We were
It's
kind
for
of
you if
swinging
you
things
want it.
around.
I'm okay.
Ah.
Ah.
Swinging his dick.
Oh god.
Damn, right in my mouth?
Yeah?
I mean, shit, if I got permission.
I love my polyamorous relationship
Sorry.
going on in this lobby right now.
He's getting run over.
On top of these nuts. Oh fuck.
Uranium. You know, I found those at an antique store when I went and visited Jesse. Coolest thing ever, let me tell you.
You know, uranium's pretty cool, but I'm more interested in uranium.
Don't go that way.
Okay.
Don't go that way.
That's the voice sensitive end.
He's blind and he shoots you. Oh, and there's bicycles around too. There's Bella. If you get in her way, she rings at you.
And if she rings at you a bunch of times, she attacks you.
Yeah, you get 3 chances.
So I think Chuni found the gunman.
Perchance.
Oh. He's that way.
Oh no. Even
Hello.
Oh, hey, you're that. Wait, who's that?
Chuni. Weird.
They're all dead. They're all dead. They're all gone. This is the killer of me. Where the fuck am I? Oh. I don't know if Cat's dead, actually. I lied to you. He smells good.
Hello.
Ghost.
Hi, Cat.
Hello! I have stuff!
Good job.
Look at all this stuff!
Ghost.
We have 10,000 doll hairs!
Wow.
Would you take this ring?
Cat, will you marry me?
Yes!
Yippee!
I ate it so it can be with me forever.
Yippee!
Because girls don't poop. Oh, hi, little tricycle. Okay,
Oh
bye,
shit!
tricycle.
Wait, that was a sick as fuck.
No,
Jesse,
she
you
got
got it.
sick with it.
You're in its way. Jesse, you're.
You didn't accept my ring? Dessert.
Shut the fuck up. It is not dessert.
Oh
Oh no!
You know what's the most bullshit thing ever?
What?
Is it killed me because not because I made a noise, but because it came around the corner and touched me.
Oh no!
Like hello?
Shaking my head. Oh.
I feel like my game is so dark compared to you guys.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah, is it the gamma? Gamma, turn it up.
Let me see what mine's at. Graphics. My gamma's at 64.
Mine was at like 40.
Oh Jesus! You're playing blind as shit.
Yeah, my game was real dark.
All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge.
Oh, I can see much better.
I'm gonna go back to the thing.
Okay, I'll do that too. I swear to God, it's oh, there's a door here.
I can see everything.
Oh, it's not lying.
You're like, oh my god.
My eyes work.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
jump scare.
What's best for us? Why am I here? Standing up.
Oh, she broke the door.
Big and strong and my cock is huge. Oh no.
Her ass broke the door.
Yay! Become alive. I cast Reborn.
Monster reborn!
We've cast Pot of 𝚃𝚆𝙷. How about my pig? Catching the ring, my
baby. Mwah.
Oh. Wow.
Meow.
Oh, I got kissed like that.
Yeah, I broke the door. Sorry, I'm
Big buff and strong.
your
My
big
cock's so
fat ass.
big. Yeah.
Come here, cat.
It's. Yes, ma'am. Can you call me a good girl now? Please?
You are a
Please?
good
I'll
girl.
be good. I swear. I'll put the collar back on.
You are.
I don't need the muzzle. I promise. Freakazoid ×2.
I love that you're married.
Wait, how do you think I pulled him?
If I die again, I'm killing myself in real life.
No.
Oh.
Junie.
I didn't know you guys were here.
Both were walking behind.
My bad.
I love Jesse's reaction. He just like laughed and then ran. He was like, I'm not being a part of that. Oh my goodness. Have you guys found anything?
Nothing can go wrong.
No.
No.
Jesse,
Yes,
you want to share some of your health?
Oh. Oh.
That's probably
Is
it.
that all I am to you? I'm just a health guy.
No, Jesse, come here. I love you.
I love you too, honey. You did not have to get under me, bro.
Yeah, I do. Cause you're
Here, take
short.
this monkey. Sure, I'm a foot taller than you IRL, but
Cause you're short. Oh.
Oh, hey. My bad.
Oh, there's a big ass thing right here.
holy shit.
Damn, are you guys just in here together?
Bruh!
Oh, damn.
Open the door. Open the door.
It was behind the door. Open the door. Oh, hey.
Open in
You're too
your.
rough.
Open in your.
No shower.
Open the
I
door.
would love a golden one. That would be amazing.
Oh, this is gonna go over.
Oh.
It's fine.
Oh, wait, pull it up, pull it up, pull it up.
Cat's not happy about that.
We'll leave it here, we'll leave it here.
I love you. He proceeds to kneel in front of you. You got him trained. Huh? What happened?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Hjarden?
Don't worry. Daddy's coming.
This is everything now, this is everything.
Bye, Dad.
Alright. Ready, wife?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I can do this.
Go!
Wee!
Hell
Ooh.
yeah. Hell yeah, we're so rich now. Let's go, let's run, let's run, let's run, let's go. It's so joke.
He said I love you and he assumed the position. When? Huh? Ow, my back itches. Like 5 minutes ago? Oh. Hello? Oh, what happened?
She got shot. That's what happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I found you. Come on, let's go. I have wife.
Meow.
We're good.
Funny. 'Cause I was stalking you for a while, and I didn't know if you saw me or not.
Me?
Yeah.
I was dead and I just watched you sitting in the Bob Ross corner. I was like, well. Lesbian Lex time. We love Lesbian Lex.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we do. It's a hero.
I want sprint speed. So I can run away
want
from
to
everyone.
get this strength, if that's cool.
You can get whatever you want, baby girl.
That's
Can I get
cool.
2 things?
I can erect.
Yeah. Oh fuck
You
yeah.
can
Let me get a
erect?
map count too.
Yeah, look.
Okay. Wow! You have a little.
A little?
Oh god!
Shit, it don't even
I'm
fit.
gonna die! I'm gonna die!
Goddamn.
The terror I just faced. Holy shit. Oh my god, it was like a war crime that just occurred. Jesus.
I think that's as much as I can
Hello,
erect.
Mom. Oh.
Oh, we have 9k left. I'm getting this. There, we have 2 strengths now.
My erection died.
Aw.
What are you doing?
This isn't the room I thought it was.
privacy.
Were you hoping it was the bathroom?
Yeah, I was looking for the.
Oh man.
I wanna break the door.
Get out.
Break it.
Get
Break it.
Get out.
What if I don't want to? Keep shooting.
You love it.
I think he has some pent up rage that he needs to discuss with a therapist.
Get my ring.
I'm sorry. Hi.
Don't do my wife.
Oh yeah? I got a shield.
Hi.
You wouldn't. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I got you, wife. I'll save you.
I'm just breaking this shit. Oh. I like it when they call me Big Papa.
Oh.
Is wife carrying herself? Wife is so strong.
Can't say shit when I'm drinking, bro.
We almost just killed a man.
All right. Who don't have upgrade? Anyone want to be strong?
I have 2 speed and that's it.
You
I
want
have
some
1
strong?
speed and 1 range.
Anyone
I
want
don't know
some
what any of
strong?
this means.
Makes you
I'll
big
If you hold
strong.
tab.
I'll take it. Oh, wait, take it. Or I take it?
Whoever want to be big strong.
I just wanted to take it with you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Smell like hot bitches in here. I'm a fucking dumbass. I was just thinking to the follow. I didn't see it. I'm a stupid bitch.
Jesse, no running away.
I always run away. Burger Diamond.
You do.
I love Bob Burger.
Wiener. Oh no, the wiener. Wiener fought back.
The wiener is a trap.
Aw.
The wiener has protection.
The Wiener Protection Program.
It's like code sign name condom. Good talk, guys. Do you think this is parkour that I could do? I think Jesse would be proud of me if I did the parkour.
I'm still here.
Oh, hi.
Hi, honey. I fucking suck at parkour. Oh, yeah, I'm not even gonna. Want me to watch you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't watch.
Yeah, I don't know how do you do that one.
Hold on.
Maybe you
No, I just need my stamina.
Yer. Oh wait. Q?
No, I got it.
Cute.
I got it before. I got it before.
Oh, there's just one thing. You cross here. Oh wait, can you go up there in the crack?
What?
Look up. There's a crack up there. Can you go in there?
I can. I think I have to go all the way around though. Fuck. I can. There is something up there. There is something up there. Fuck.
Sorry, I need some. Damn it. There's something.
I'll parkour it. I got you.
Ugh.
Oh, if you don't pet it, if its eyes turn red, it starts to kill you. So you have to pet that one, yeah. Otherwise, it turns into a big boy and wrecks our buttholes.
Cat, there's something up in
Yeah.
that crack of the ceiling.
I'll go check your crack. I'll be there in a minute.
I got up there once, but you have to get to the other side, I think, to grab it.
Yeah.
Or maybe you
I
have
got
to
that
like
double
crouch.
jump on me.
You cross over.
Oh.
Yeah, I got that double jump on me.
Okay.
Banana.
Oh,
Oh.
fuck. I ran out of stammies.
I have wife. I have you banana.
Oh my god, it's so
Oh.
cutely wrapped and everything. You shouldn't have.
What you guys trying to do?
Parkour. There's a crack.
Oh, if you crouch, you get your stamina faster. I don't know if you are crouched or not.
You are so fucking right. You're so fucking smart and hot and beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go look for shit while you do that. My mind. Oh my god, shit.
Do you like if you look up it
Hey!
if you look up into that
Good
crack,
job!
if you look up into that crack, there should be something up there.
Oh, there is.
Oh!
Oh, hello.
Duck. Can you
Yeah,
pet the dog?
yeah.
Pet the dog. Pet the dog, please. Can you pet the dog? Hey, can you pet the dog?
Sorry.
Thank you. No, you're fine.
There's tons of stuff up here, papas.
Is there an opening that you guys can like drop it down from?
Yes, right here.
There's one over
Right here?
Hello.
Oh,
Ow.
Dog. I'm on dog
Are
duty.
you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh,
Don't
okay,
grab it
let
yet,
go.
I'm twisting it.
Oh, I'm no longer holding it. Oh, wait,
Saladin.
wait. Yeah, he's in the background.
oh, oh, oh,
Yes, sir.
oh, oh.
Drop
Drop
it.
it, Dad. Drop
We're
it.
good.
Drop it.
Rotate it.
I had to turn it some more. It's a bit.
It's turn. Get it turned up.
Where's the dog? I got it.
Put it down here. Oh.
Oh, there's a mouth.
There's two dogs.
I
Oh, this is
can't.
a fucking dog. Alright.
I can't open those for doctors. So, I know you need pets. Can you stand still, bitch?
Here's Burger.
Oh, okay. Dog's okay. The dog's okay. We're not ready. We're not ready. We're not ready. We're not ready.
Not okay. The dog is not okay. I'm gonna take this. Why is this so fucking heavy?
Come with me, Wes.
Here, I'll grab one end.
Uh-oh. We got this, Wes. We got this.
And Jesse.
I love you.
You too.
Alright, here we go. Do we want to put it in now?
Yeah, I just
Well,
might
no,
as
there's
well.
more- Okay,
Okay,
here's
bet.
an egg. Not the egg! That's gonna explode! I'll save us all!
Good news.
I did not
You're
die!
alive!
Good job, baby.
Huzzah!
Alright.
Oh, we need
Big
the part.
money bag. It's alright, we'll go to it.
We're missing 2 peoples.
Oh.
Ow!
Sorry, cat. I thought we were going full speed.
I was
There
running
is
and I
people
guess it just
alive.
was like
Peoples!
People.
Kyo died.
oh
Yeah.
no!
Right before my eyes.
Got her brain. Don't worry. Come with me, BB.
Oh, giant wiener. Pog.
This one's not protected.
Did
Wait,
not wrap
did we
it.
leave the card over there? The cards? Not card.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit the button thingy.
It helps with getting a clear path too.
There it is. Yay!
Here you go, queen.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Yub, yub.
Goodies. Oh my god.
What?
Hey, guess what? It's my banana. Here you go, wipe.
You get to be right next to my banana. I chopped it off for you.
Let's go.
You like it?
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I trained really hard to wrap the bow, honestly. That's the hardest part.
Cutting it off was easy. I don't know
Why everyone's playing, honestly. Oh, do we want to send it now, or do we get the rest of the stuff?
Did you? I thought you guys were over here already.
Not fully.
I assumed.
We just want to do a double check. It might be everything almost.
I got 2 tings. 2 tings.
Oh, a big hand. A handy, if you will. Ooh, I don't like the face that's on it.
I don't either.
I don't like the way you're looking at us, Dale. Alright, bet. Let's fucking get this bread. Whee! Wife, come back. Alright, time to go back to the bus.
What is that?
Just go.
Puppy!
Don't touch it.
Puppy!
Well, touch the puppy, but not the laser like bro. Oh no! Oh no!
Puppy.
Oh
I
no!
love him. I love him. He's
Oh,
my
no.
favorite.
Even when he's
This
buff?
dog! The dog! The dog! There's a dog! There's a dog! Needs petting.
Puppies! There's two!
I'm alive.
Oh, there's so many dogs!
A puppy!
Oh my god, there's three!
Uh-oh! I puked on him!
There's
I
3
puked
dogs.
on one!
Oh my god. Oh my.
We may need to go back for.
Oh
Yeah, we will need to go back for a cat.
right here, right here.
No. Oh.
Where'd you go? Oh!
Oh!
Stealth mission.
Oh my!
Oh! Where's
You
Cat?
scared me. I don't know. Cat. Oh, she's up. Cat, how'd you get up here? Poor girl. She got fucking launched.
I bounced on it too, crazy style. Oh god. I flew to the goon for real.
Oh my.
Oh, thank you for saving me. Thank you. I got pummel partied by a dog. He rocked my ass.
What do we have in the
I
shop
had not the
today?
chance. We got tons of cash.
Oh
dollars
my.
in
My
the
bad.
bag.
Every time, Ginny.
I want to be big and strong.
My bad.
Oh my.
Sorry. I can't help myself.
She loves just
Swear
being
to
a fucking.
I can't help myself.
You have a problem.
No, I don't.
You
You
need to sit down the
do.
pan.
Hey.
But I'm pansexual. Hit me again. Oh.
Yeah, you do.
I'm flying.
Oh my god.
The world around. Around the world around. Wow. I have pixie dust coming out of my ass. Oh fuck.
Sounded like you liked that cut.
Hello.
Call me Puff the Magic Dragon the way it's just puffing out of my butthole.
Jesus.
Hey, Saturdays I'm a little unhinged.
I'll know for next time. JK, I love you.
On my days I don't plan on working. I get a little stilly.
Totally valid.
Rain is stupid more than half the
Only
time.
on Saturday.
Yeet.
Alright, let's go.
Do we want any health or anything, or are you good?
We don't have money. Gil, get your ass. Gil.
I'm working on it.
Gil. Gil,
Get
your ass.
I'm coming.
Gil.
I'm coming. My car.
I got us a little bit of health. Nah, Jesus ain't here. Jesus left long. He looked and went, Jesus Christ. My own name in vain. Now come here, let me look at the back of your neck. You're full. Give me a little bit of you. Then give me a little bit of you.
Oh.
Then give me a little bit of you. Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm at 69. Let's go. Who wants this?
What is this? Tumble wings upgrade? And tumble launch. Oh. Watching you just fall sideways into the piss bucket.
You want?
Yeah.
You want?
I have 4
Hold on.
upgrades, so I don't want to be a greedy gal. I don't care. But I will eat
Are
them
you
if no
here?
one else does.
Not mentally, hold on.
Okay.
Bonk. 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 We're hitting you with our blue balls right now. Pretty crazy.
Use it for jump rope.
Wow!
Oh, wait. Let me in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go faster.
10.
11.
Start zooming.
Alright, cool.
Eat the. Oh no, wife! Here you go, piss bucket. Perfect. For you, wife. I'm so sad watching Stez being Lex right now.
Alright,
so sad.
I put a
Okay.
Hello?
It's fine.
I put a heart rate monitor on my stream.
You put a what?
I put a heart rate monitor on my stream.
Ooh.
How'd you do that?
I have an Apple Watch, and I have an app that tracks my heart rate.
Hold on, Summer said I should flirt with you to see if it goes up.
No, we don't need that. I think we should go. No, I think we should go. I think we should go. I think we should go. I think we should go.
Hey.
No, I think we should go.
Ghosty.
Do it.
No, because all of you are gonna come after me, and I don't want to do this.
Hey, Ghosty, I need you to be a good girl with those upgrades, okay?
Fine.
It's gonna become a competition. I gotta get out of here.
What's over?
It doesn't say anything.
115.
No, it's not.
It went up to.
Oh my.
Oh, it went up. Holy shit!
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
My lord.
We don't need to play this game anymore.
125? Goddamn.
Oh, the basement.
Hi, cat.
Hey. Hey. Want to some you and me down here, huh? And all the time in the world.
I'll try to get higher.
I can't help it. Look, I'm a flirty bitch. I'm a Scorpio. It's my blood.
Ow, ow,
Sorry.
ow.
Sorry. They put a tennis racket here. I'm not gonna use this one.
Hey, I have a giant urn down here.
Damn. Who
Oh,
died?
Kio's dad.
Oh, actually? Hi.
Hi, honey. Hi, baby. How are you doing?
Good.
That's what they're called. I was gonna say
My goal is to get a higher heart rate than Cat.
So,
Your goal is to
so
get
are
out
we all
here
just trying
hurt.
Are we all just trying to raise our heart rate to the max we can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cat got 135.
God damn.
135?
I'll keep track. Yeah.
God damn. Damn, wow.
Gotta go.
Hey.
Hey.
Sexy.
Wait, cat yelled help. Cat? Cat? Are you
It's heavy. It's so heavy. It's so thick.
How long have you been down here yelling for us?
That whole time.
Poor
It's so
cat.
heavy and thick like my balls. Oh. Teamwork. Trying to be strong enough for you, my queen. Oh, that painting is disgusting. Oh my god, I made eye contact with it. Oh. Jesus Christ.
painting.
I'll show you. Don't worry. I think there might be a jump scare with it, by the way. So if you stare at it too long, it might scream at you.
Don't go that way. Don't go that way.
We can go ahead and put it in if you want. We got 3 extract. Hell yeah.
Where's the card? Is that Solaire then?
He's more interested in his husband.
Wait, who's gonna
Can you tell
It might be a
Sam?
painting?
Oh, the painting was over here, wasn't it? No. Where was the painting?
Where's over here? I have no sense of direction.
Hold tab.
I am.
Yeah, they're over there.
Hey, it's time to stop. It's time to stop. It's because it's a clock. I'm gonna shut up.
I'll grab this now. Molly, you want to keep it?
Don't leave. It's my fault. Uranium. You're doing great. Not that way. There you go. You're slaying that shit. Yep. Yep.
Yes?
Yes, queen. Get it, girl?
I love RP.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Sacrifices are needed.
A cup, a toast, tea.
No. Oh, yes, actually. My bad, there. Yeah.
No one died.
No, yeah, that one. Yeah. Yep. That's okay. Fuck!
Hey, there's a lot of stuff behind you. Watch out. Watch out.
Don't go that way.
Oh.
I'm feeling like a ballerina.
Oh no, she's falling asleep. She's falling asleep. Oh, her eyes. Oh no, she's angry. now.
mad about it.
She's angry.
If you press Q while you hold it. If you press Q, will it make you still hold it? Uh-oh. You're gonna might break it. Uh-oh. Now if I pick you up, wait, you let go of it, and you stay holding it.
Okay.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
I'm getting really dizzy.
Smashy's still holding it, so I can't move you.
Hey.
It's a
Alright,
little
Fuck
boy.
off. Fuck off.
drop it, drop it, drop it.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh fuck. Oh.
Did I do it?
No, it's gone.
Oh.
Nope.
There's a
Oh, there's
baby.
two.
What the fuck?
Oh, there's
There's a
children.
baby.
Baby
There's
takes more
children.
priority because it throws stuff.
Yeah, baby.
Oh.
Baby broke our shit.
I know where the next extractor is, by the way.
Oh,
Down.
down.
Up.
Down. Is Ghost in the thing?
Up, down.
No idea.
Up,
Oh,
down.
Ghost is right next to him.
Up, down.
I thought someone died.
Up.
This one.
Pick up this guy. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down.
Nice.
Yay.
Yay!
Oh, someone did die.
Yay!
Yippee! Oh.
Oh god. Okay.
Sorry, come with me. Come with me. Never mind, don't come with me, don't come with me.
I know
Move the shit!
I know where it is.
Oh! The urn survived. She's such a bitch! She's such a bitch! She's the worst. She's the worst. You know. Yeah, there's the painting, by the way. This is the one I was talking about. It's this one. It's that one. I hate it.
Oh.
I hate him. I hate everything he stands for and sits for. I'm following the stinky lady.
The stinky lady. Oh, I'm stuck. There we go.
Uh-oh. Be my eyes and my ears. Oh, fuck. I fucked myself.
Oh, she's in front of us. Directly where we need to go.
That's okay. That's okay. Oh, there's a globe up there. Michael smells bad. She could use some deep. Get in there. How do I get?
It went down the hallway.
See. Let me get your brain out. Oh, brain is just so.
Okay.
There's.
We will survive.
Okay.
Keko, 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 Keko.
Just gonna close that real quick, yeah. I can see. It's scary. I don't like it.
I believe that they only.
Careful, careful. We're so poor. Oh! Just open the door for you. Hey.
Hello. Oh!
Wait, wait. We gotta go down this way. Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
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 It's over.
We have to go down this.
Wait. No, she will guide us. Show us the way.
You, Dio. There's a bitch right in front of you. Hey,
Yeah,
bitch.
Shit. Shit. Fuck him up. I'll come back for you.
Nope.
There's a bitch. There's a bitch.
Okay.
Just in case she comes over here.
Hello.
I like how monsters get her to 105. The thought of Jessie flirting gets her to 125, and Kat actually flirting gets her to 135.
I don't know how to flirt.
Maybe you and Kat can go on a solo mission and she can teach you.
Well, I'm not comfortable doing it like on stream in front of people.
No, Kat will do it regardless. But... What?
Reborn!
Oh no! Wait!
Thou shalt
Run!
Wait, I got it.
Thou shalt come back.
Oh shit.
Why did we lose stuff? Wait, can I attempt to
only had
flirt?
one
If you
HP.
want to attempt to flirt, you can. I guess this is just a huge flirt with a ghosty moment.
Yes, it is.
Edward Scissorfingers.
Edward, get in the safe. Oh, hey.
Run!
What? Children!
Hey!
There's children!
I hate children.
Kill the child.
Abort the ball.
Up, down. 1. Up, down. 2. Fuck, we're not doing this at all.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Wait, what the fuck?
Why did you pull him out like that? Why did you pull him out like that?
Yay. Yay. This is so
Gotta go.
fun. Oh no.
Gotta go. Oh.
Bye,
Yeah, I
guys.
hope you know I'm sacrificing you if I have the chance.
What the fuck? What did I do?
My husband wants to sacrifice.
Uh-oh. There's a baby with a ring! I must give this to Ghost. No, you child.
God damn.
Jessie.
You can't catch a fake. Where's Cat?
Did we not bring her? Yeah, she's alive.
What if it was just my dead head?
Hi. Oh, wrong one.
I was like, let me get some help on that 102 so I can do all this. Yay! We all lived! We did it!
We all live. Yay.
We did it so good! Oh god, the sports ball. Ooh! Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Yeah, what you drinking? What you eating?
Piss.
Oh!
Damn.
Someone clip that. A factual on the internet. Digital footprint.
Drinking green tea.
Green tea.
Tea
There is a
sounds
double
so
jump.
good. I kind of wish I didn't leave my K-cups at your house.
You also left your
Hey!
bath salts.
What did I leave?
I'm so
Your
sorry.
bath salts.
I know.
Just leaving your bath salts
Yeah.
around. That's crazy.
Oh, so
Well, she got
sad.
it for Christmas.
Yeah.
Damn, you got bath salts for Christmas?
Yeah. I'm all Gucci and shit. I got bath salts for
Let's go.
Christmas.
Gucci, Gucci, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
You want a Tokyo Drift? Hold on, I got you.
I
Deja vu. I made it to space before. Oh, that one.
I said to go.
Beth.
Whip. I said to go.
The Fast and
Furious. Whoop. Whoop. Whoop.
On the tip of my tongue once I get my hands.
Why is there a sword?
Hey, Ghosty, I'm gonna need you to read that.
What? Go see you like my. Hold on, I can't read. Go see you like my safe food, sweet, comforting, and on the tip of my tongue once I get my hands on you.
Stop. Stop it.
Now replace them with me, and that's me.
Stop.
Oh my god!
Hey, please, let it rip.
What is going on? Jesse.
Am I still holding? Oh, I'm holding the card.
Oh, you cut off my penis. Thought you were about to knight me.
Celadon.
No.
Oh my god, dude, you say that every time you think you
Where
hear
the
him.
fuck did it go?
I do hear him. I'm not schizo. He's there.
You are schizo. Kyona's not even at his house.
Celery's real.
Kyona's at her house.
Celery is real.
He's not.
He's not real.
Celery is real. I played League with him, I swear. The one
You
time I
made it
played
up.
League was with him.
You made it up.
Wait.
Oh. Oh. Hit me.
Wait, can I? Q.
I'm gonna go make myself a drink real quick.
Thank you.
So I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Alcohol?
Thank you.
No,
Thank you. Thank you.
probably
Thank
tea.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fair enough.
One second.
I'll be right back.
I'm here to cause problems and mayhem. The hitting sounds are so funny. All I hear is someone smashing their desk. Recharge drone. We have some money to play with.
Did we buy what? Hold on. You fucker, I hear him. I hear him.
What?
I hear him. I hear him.
Voices.
No. He's back there.
No.
Hold on. I hear him. Open your mouth. I'm gonna reach in there. He's in there. I know it.
Hello?
Oh no.
He's in there. I'm not crazy.
It's in the walls.
I'm not crazy.
Walls.
I'm not crazy.
No.
You're going to the psych ward.
I'm not crazy. Not again. I'm not gonna go back. Here, take your wife. Now give me Cell.
What? No.
Now give me Cell.
No. He's not real. So he's not real. He can't hurt you.
Okay, so they're fucking.
Yeah.
They're in the bathroom. I got a sword. Oh, it doesn't go. Here, sword. Oh, take sword. Sword. Damn it. Found your penis. Ah, no.
Hey, you're in the bus. You flew. Ghosty, are you still AFK? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all are having a moment.
Oh,
Let me.
why?
Oh well,
I'm so
it does
sorry.
look like you guys are giving back shit.
So sorry, I didn't mean to walk in on that. So, back shots on the bus, Dio. BBB.
Plus back shot.
Hello. Hello.
That's right here.
Hello.
Oh no, we're 1K off.
Hi.
No! I'm devastated.
Hi. Normalize backshots for the homies. I just came back. What is chat talking about? Huh? Meow. 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 Meow.
I hear him.
No, you don't. You're schizo. God damn it. Look at what he did.
You're going up east.
You're schizo! You're
You're going up
schizo!
east.
You're schizo! You're schizo!
All I hear goes to come back and.
You're schizo! You're schizo! You're schizo!
Going at it.
You're schizo!
Getty, baby, if you flip the stuff, if I can
Whoa,
get
how are you
to-
still moving
to
me?
edit it, it's gonna go on YouTube and I'll give you credit. Kisses. I would say I'd pay you, but I'm forced, so that'll be in the future, but...
I fucking closed myself in. Open that shit up. Fuck!
Do we want the bomb?
Too late.
No!
Why were you and Kat talking about backshots?
I mean,
Because Kyo was giving you back shots.
Kyo was giving- Kyo! You didn't tell me this! Come back!
yeah, so you see
Hello?
where Kyo was? You
Hey.
were right in front of Kyo, looking like you taking your back hard.
So we're in.
You're schizo. You're schizo. He's not there.
I'm gonna DM him.
You're schizo.
No, I don't want any of this.
Are we ready to go?
Fucking go for it. Yo! Let's do it. Let's do it. Next
Says he's
game.
playing League.
You ready,
I already
Chuni?
told you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. What do you got there?
The gift.
Ah!
You like my gift? You like it?
Frying pan.
Jesus. Oh!
Oh,
Frying pan.
Why is the grenade ribbed? For your pleasure. Yay!
Do we shove it up their ass? What? Hello?
Uh-huh.
Let's go!
Yeah!
Let's go.
Lego.
Let's go!
Repo is going great. I got 2 5.
I love wheat bowl. Why does it smell like someone's cooking chicken nuggets, and why do they not give me any?
Me as fuck.
I'm like a bloodhound. Oh, speaking of bloodhound.
Crescent moon.
Monsters now harder. With valuables, I can knock
Cut
them
me
over
too.
with stuff.
Monsters are harder.
Yeah, probably.
they
No, no. Hello?
What the heck?
Fucking shit. Oh, this is quite lovely. Oh, nice. This is quite lovely indeed.
I watched her like no.
Oh my god!
Blow in the afterlife. Oh!
One after the other, huh?
I can't go into depression. God! That was.
Yeah? Hey, we're all
What the
together!
fuck? What the fuck? Why are you dead? They're all dead. Yes, that would be great.
Are you breathing?
Here's one.
I can just hear Celery asking if you're breathing.
It's a flashlight.
A flashlight?
Flashlight?
I mean, you can try
Damn.
fucking it, it may not work. Two.
I can't fucking breathe.
It's a light.
His reaction was
Oh,
insane.
it's not gonna go. A head. And
I want some head.
a head. And a door.
Oh!
Falls off the edge.
Oh shoot.
Any goodie?
Much goodies and a chainsaw.
Oh, don't hold the handle, it'll go off. Scary. Oh god, that's a thing
Nice.
too. Okay.
I don't
Let's
think
see if there's a
that's
thing
gonna go
down
up this
here.
door.
Oh no.
You don't know if you don't try.
There you go.
Yeah.
They'll
Yeah,
figure it
there's
out.
no way. There's no way.
Why not?
Oh shit.
Don't worry.
Oh.
It's gotta be rotated.
Oh my
That's
god.
all. All one needs. Just
Yeah,
rotation.
GG. They're not getting this. If they do, then I quit my career as a VTuber.
If they do, I'm flying over to see you, Ghosty.
Yeah.
If they do, I'm retiring.
Oh.
This is my graduation stream.
There you go.
Oh, it's stuck on the stairs.
That's alright, let's see.
Oh.
I just need to carry it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh no. It's not gonna be worth anything.
It says minus 11k. Oh, it's only at 7k. What if we... Spare me? There's a lovely...
Why's it pissing?
Fuck you, clown!
Oh.
Oh shit.
I can't breathe.
There's something you can hit it with and then throw it in there.
Oh. Oh. Chainsaw. Oh.
It broke.
Oh, it died.
Oh, it died?
It fell off.
Oh.
That fuck!
Oh.
That little bitch! Fuck you, clown! I hate clowns!
God damn.
You smell bad! You stinky! You make me sad! I got no laughs from that clown! Alright, let's go upbeat together, friends. Let me put you guys upstairs. I miss my friends. I miss my wife, too. I have Linkin Park in my ears, and I thought the duck was in my ass. I was fucking scared.
Quack.
Let's get you guys back up here. Ha.
I was really hoping the car was gonna fall down.
All my friends are dead. I don't like this. Okay. Well, you guys will live here now. Fucking. Oh, God damn it! Okay. One wife, two wife, three wife, four honorary wife.
Let's go!
Shine a light on you to make you as bright as I think you are.
Oh.
Oh, that's threatening.
Why is there a lip? Why am I getting stuck on its lips? That's what she said. That's what she said. If I fall, it's over. It's Jover.
I love cats so much.
Hello?
She's so funny.
Room service? Where's all the shit at? What the fuck? cat is great. Oh god. Please, no. I have a performance issue, please.
Summer,
I'm gonna get nervous.
Summer, tell Kat that I love her and she's doing great
My love
and we think
is an
she's funny.
explosion.
Agreed. Agreed.
Kachan, remember when you threw me in one of these lockers playing me, but I kind of liked it? All good times, Kachan. Hey, look, my pills are in there.
Oh.
They prescribed this to me after I said I like that kind of stuff. Silly doctors. They don't know anything. What do you mean?
Jesse, is your schizo pills?
I don't know!
I'm not crazy!
I just think
The boy's head!
oh.
The boy's
This
head!
blows up and kills me right now.
Come.
Caution. Explosive. Diarrhea. Wiggle it. Ghosty says she loves you, that you're doing great, and Chad's you are fine. Oh, fuck yeah. My wife, all my wives are being... Oh, it's the fucking cell phone, you fuck. You fucking bitch. Fuck you! Can I...
Is Kat Canadian?
If y'all haven't seen Office Space, shit.
I don't know. I feel like of all people, you should
Stupid
know.
as fuck. I love stupid as fuck.
Oh, we don't
Give me
love
it!
each other, okay?
Oh my god! Fuck you! How much money do I have? Enough to bring back my wife. My other wife. And my other wife. And my honorary wife.
Yes!
What we do?
I saw that crawling bitch! I saw that crawling bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Oh.
No! Become alive, please! I don't like being by myself and they're really scary, please! I know I act big and brave, but I'm really a big old bitch, please! Please!
We're coming, wife.
My friends passed born! Oh fuck!
We're coming!
Come here, let me give you back shots!
Yay.
Come here, come here!
Yo, you next? You next?
Oh!
I'm okay.
But back shots! Can I go
Fine.
upstairs?
Oh.
Oh, I don't know.
Kiona!
Did she fall down again?
I think so.
Kiona?
It does indeed say only 5.
Wait, what the fuck? Is your head over there?
I don't know where her head is.
Oh, I see it.
Her head
The
got
bad news is
stuck. Her
We
head's
can't get
stuck.
it.
Where?
Over here.
Oh,
Fuck.
she can. Oh, I got you.
Wait, try and jump, Kiona. Try and jump.
Oh.
I got it. Thank you. Oh my god.
Oh.
What
Money!
Bro was so suicidal. What the fuck?
You want money?
Sure. Thanks.
Yay!
I'm so confused on what just happened.
The big crawling nasty bitch fucking fell down. It's dead. It's dead.
Jesse!
I'm alive! I live!
Yay! Yay! Oh, uh-oh.
Did he die?
He just died. He just died as he said that. Poor chicken nugget. Come here.
Poor chicken nugget.
Come here, you little chicken nugget. Oh god. Oh fuck. I keep like almost getting you. I keep almost getting you. And then you keep fucking, oh fucking, oh! Oh, here you go. god. Alive! You do the thing. Here's his brain.
Yippee! Hold on to him for me.
Put this in the car real quick. Let me put him in the car real quick. There you go. I'm gonna go check the upstairs thingy real quick.
But hi.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
You having fun?
I'm still shaking and quaking, but I'm having a lot of fun.
Good. It'll wear off. You're doing great. You wanna help me?
Yes? What is this?
It's expensive.
What if I jumped in the hole?
I'd be sad, because I don't know if I can take this by myself.
Not because I'm dead, though.
No, I'll be sad if you're dead. For sure, for sure. But, like, also that labor.
I understand.
Oh, damn. God damn. Oh, there's a barrel over here, too.
Okay, we can push this in.
Yay!
Woot woot. And we only lost like 1,000 off of it. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
It was hilarious.
Here's a box and a barrel.
Oh my god, we're gonna be rich.
We're rich! Cash money on it, Dio.
Okay. Oh
Alright,
lord.
let's put him in.
Oh.
Yay!
Yay!
Our friends will be still alive in a moment.
We did get both of their heads, right?
Yeah. They should be in there. And then if you... Well, there's more stuff over here too.
Hello.
Bonsai.
I'm free.
Up! Up!
We have so much money.
Oh, the dollar bill. There's so much stuff everywhere. Jesus. Uh-oh. Clown.
This fucking gone, bro.
Fuck you, clown!
Yeah.
Oh.
Aww.
How much did it break?
Man. A door.
I touched him to make him confused.
Now he's a little gay and...
Oh.
Oh.
Where's my wife? One person is dead. If we go that way, there is empty some rooms that haven't been searched yet, I think. And someone else is still dead, so I have to find their... Oh, there's two clowns! Oh, there's two clowns! The clowns might trap you up there, no lie.
Ghosty, I don't know how I can help. I'm scared.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi.
Uh-oh.
I heard you were scared alone. Can you...
I will take the
I don't know if I can rescue you, but...
If we die together, right?
Hell yeah.
like a criminal in the night.
Oh, you cannot climb that. Noted. Alright, cool. I have no stam. So I'm gonna crawl.
I'm like, how where?
Yeah, why are they so we're stepping on like slime.
I like the sound like
The steppy stops?
I like the steppy stops of like when we're on dirt.
Oh, yeah.
It's frosty.
Jesus.
Others.
Is cat not just over here? Oh, it's upstairs. Elbow. Hello. Hello. Wow. She didn't die, did she? No, she's still alive. The cart's moving.
Oh god, okay.
The bottom of the what now?
The blue pit.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Do you want to grab this?
Hello?
If you hold tab, it's right over there, but there's no stuff here.
Oh!
What?
Mia was dead.
Oh!
Oh. I thought I already knew that.
Wow, gaming computer.
Gaming.
Let's go! They died in the pit. Let me check them here.
Boner pills.
Ow. There is fall damage. That.
Ow, my arm. Hi, Demi.
Here we go. You're gonna.
Oh my god! Oh my god, I wish I would.
What? Did she scare you?
Yeah. I I was gonna say that I think there's a man standing at the table. Her eyes.
Oh man!
Oh man!
Oh man!
That was like a pink man.
You're like, guys, I'm not making this up.
You're sitting there in horror, like.
Alright, are we good?
There's a man. We are good. I think that's everything.
What the hell? Why do you have fingers?
Fingies and toes. Fingies and toes. All right, time to not die to the pit, gamers.
Can immediately die. Watch. What? Where do we go?
There goes the light. I'm gonna wait right here just in case anyone's head falls in the pit.
Chuny died.
No!
Yeah. Chuny.
Clown!
Ew, why do you sound like that?
Is this map modded? I don't think so.
No, it's
I
not.
think it's playing vanilla. Yeah. We have 2 friends dead. The
We are
clown's in
vanilla.
there.
Only thing vanilla about me is this video game right now.
Oh fuck, he wasn't in a position where you could push him. I think Jesse just died too.
Fiona.
Nope. Never mind. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. It's us 3 again.
Hello.
Wait, where'd you die?
I got kicked by the fucking clown.
The clown lasered me.
Take my wife and run.
Where are your guys' heads? Alright, never mind. I didn't want to know anyway.
What's up?
What?
No one else is allowed to die, you hear me?
Oh, there you guys are.
I'll do what I want, thank you very much.
Take a head. Take a head.
Hi. Hi.
Oh my.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Make him fire laser and then crouch. You got this. I believe in you. The fancy controller you got there, cat. Thank you. Oh, he's firing his laser dial.
I'm fucking him! I'm fucking him! I got him! You got nasty ass, you goddamn. Get that thing right away. Alright.
Oh, get Jesse! Oh, hey, I'm alive.
Hey.
Jesse, where are you? Oh,
Jesse.
hello.
Hi, honey. Let's go
There's a
home.
baby somewhere.
I hear him laughing.
Hi, honey.
I'm fucking scared.
Let's go
Oh
home.
my god.
Alright, we did it.
And we.
Yippee!
We're so good at this game.
Oh,
Oh, whoa.
Thank you.
Yeah, damn.
my bad. Sorry. Teehee. I get nervous around beautiful, smart, incredible people.
So not me.
Crying with my thighs.
Hey, you were included, mister. Oh!
Pissed.
Took out Kiona.
What is this?
This thing is
What
so
is
good.
this?
It's
Oh,
like
you put it on the
hard-headed. So
cart.
watch
Can
this.
we get that? Can we
You
get
put
it?
How much is it?
It's 47k, so we could get it.
Mom, can we get it?
I recommend getting it with a pocket cart, but by itself is still good.
Oh, I forgot they changed it, so you have to hold E now.
There's 2 of them.
There's 2
There's
of
2
them?
of them. There's 2 of them.
Woo!
It does kill. It does kill.
Guys, I'm holding so.
What the hell? What the hell?
What is going on?
Fire ye cannons!
I saved your life! Oh no. Put baby in. Put baby in. Ow! You're killing us!
To be fair, I deserve that. What the fuck did I get hit with though? Is it a laser gun?
Yeah.
It's a rail gun.
I get urges.
Now, who's
Wait,
so
there's only
alive
4
to go into
heads.
the
Wait,
attic?
where's my head?
Your head is on the shelf.
On the shelf? Where? Oh, it is!
Oh, the
Goddamn!
So aggressive.
I think we made Cat mad.
Where is it? I think I hit it. I think I hit it good enough.
She killed all of us so
We
that
gonna
she would
find
have
out,
like
though.
peace and quiet for 2 seconds.
Oh.
Hi, Rice!
Hi!
I died.
I know! I think I killed 3 of you! I went, oh, we're murdering? Okay!
To be fair, Cat can
people die.
floored 3 of us. And Jesse's was
I can't
Was
deserved.
there no cereal?
I thought there was.
I thought there
I
was
think
cereal.
there was cereal, and then I think because the blast, it destroyed it.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone eat. Someone yummy nummies.
I have 36.
Yay! I look away for 20 seconds of mass murder. Yep. Yep.
We love it here.
Look, I see murder happening. I just take out everyone and get it. It's fine.
Ew, this face.
Oh no. Yeah, my strength.
Oh, there's 2 parts? Why is there 2
Who wants
parts?
to man the cannon?
Because we bought the thingy and Shmeshi was in it, so I bought both of them. So we have a card.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna find stuff for you to shoot.
Howdy, neighbor. It's back. Good to be back in Radiator Springs.
I want you.
Alright, let's go pew pew some bitches.
Okay, there. So this is a dead end. So I'm gonna go over here.
Wait, but there's stuff in there.
Was there?
Yeah,
Where?
on the very back.
Over here? Oh.
Oh, oh.
What the fuck? Oh.
Yep.
Oh, oh. There we go. Is there more in here?
That was the only one I saw.
You wanna go up the stairs without the cart?
No.
Okay, I'll go up. You stay there. Oh, I thought this was a hat.
Was it not?
I need help. No, I don't. I lied. Yeah.
Oh, a golden tooth.
I have stuff. You want this?
Yes. Ghosty would love that in her cart. Watching
Hell
her
yeah. Here's a
while
golden
she's shooting.
tooth, too.
Yay!
Oh, burger diamond.
Why do I see a head?
What happened?
Well, you see there's a hole in that room. And, Minnie died. Minnie
Oh, there is a hole in it.
Like a hole?
Like a dying hole.
Yeah, there's a big old
Look.
hole in there.
Look.
Aww.
Look. Look.
Yeah.
You see?
Wait.
Oh, don't.
Oh, it is a hole.
So good. Issa in it, had everybody.
Hello.
I'm just gonna go ahead and
Hello.
bring wife.
Oh yeah, do we want to put money in when I get out? Oh.
Hello.
Okay, wife. It's okay.
We have shit.
Into the cup.
Do you want to get out first? Does it, if you put this in, does it still take it? Understood.
There you go. Yeah, just in case. Make sure the cart's fully in. Yeah.
I found a bug.
You found a what?
A bug.
Hey, there was something in here.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, it grazed my butt. Oh my god.
Away. Let's go find something.
Hold on.
There's a bug over here.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
A bug. I don't know.
How did I get in the car?
Yummy. A bug. Watch out for the holes. Check behind the bar real quick.
Damn, there ain't nothing here for us to shoot. Just fucking below.
Hey, what is that? What is
Careful what
that?
you wish
Why,
for.
guys? Why is there a big bug?
Oh! Oh!
Shoot the bug!
Oh! Oh!
Shoot the bug!
Help! 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 Help!
I got.
I wasn't even near it.
You kill it?
Jesse shot you.
Oh, it's not facing the right way. Huh?
Bye, Torquillo. Bye,
Stop.
Torquillo.
Bug.
Oh, you have to kill it. You have to kill it for your health back.
Stand still. Man, I'm out of power.
Oh, he's cute. The bug is cute.
Grab it.
Okay. I got it.
Okay.
I
Now
got it.
smash it.
Oh my god.
No!
Oh, is that
Grab
okay?
it.
I got it.
Ghosty, I have a confession.
Yes, darling.
Yeah. Up, down.
At least, like,
Up,
half
down.
of my day yesterday,
Up, down.
I was watching your VOD. At least, like, half of my day.
Up, down.
My
Oh, fuck you. You fucking.
Your VOD.
vote? Girly, why?
Good job.
Yay.
I needed background. I needed background sound.
Oh, the
stuff.
card cannon's empty.
So,
Aww.
your VODs were in the background
tried my
for a
hardest
really
to-
long time.
That's
alright.
so
That one's hard.
cute. You're so
All right,
cute.
kids.
Get out.
Oh, but I'll leave you guys here for now, because I'm gonna. Nah, fuck it. We balled.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Oh my god. What? Who puts a hole right there?
Ow, Jimmy, don't attack me.
That's fucked up. That is fucked up. That. Cart, get your bitch ass out.
I got it.
Oh.
What? Is there shit here? Oh, wait. Here you go.
I see a golden thing
Don't
up
you
there.
worry. I got time and I won't give to you. I'll give you the world.
Where ball? Here you go.
Oh my god, thank you. I've always wanted a Minecraft basketball.
Traffic light. What the hell?
Wife?
Yes?
Come here, I need help.
Okay. I'm just transferring some things.
Okay.
Is that-
Well.
Alright.
I need help carrying this.
Oh, god dang. Okay.
We got a traffic light.
Hi, guy in chat that thought that asked
Oh,
if I was a
Jesse,
femboy.
how did
Oh,
you die?
died?
I knew I was gonna fall off.
Oh no.
Let's take it with
Literally said I'm gonna fall off, and then
Oh fuck.
I
Why
made
can't
it,
you
and then I
go?
fell off.
What the fuck?
Oh, Oh, that explodes.
Hello?
What?
All right.
Oh.
Oh.
Ew, what is that?
What the?
No, get back here.
Alright.
Get him.
Grab it.
Get him.
I'm trying to grab it.
Hey, leave my wife. Okay.
Oh, that fucking thing. Ugh.
Well, the traffic thing is still here. That.
Oh god.
I have never seen any of these before. What the hell?
Oh, really?
I think the farthest I've gotten until today was like level 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well,
Oh, man.
I didn't realize that he turns into a little bamboozle and bamboozles us. What the fuck? No! We were robbed! Oh fuck.
Why can't we be friends?
Let me hit you with
Friends.
Yeah.
Oh! Hi, honey.
Hi, honey. You having fun?
Yeah. Hi, Kyo.
Hi, Kyo.
Hi, Ginny.
Hi, Ginny.
Hello.
I miss my wife's tail.
It's too late. She has to grab the crown. Get the crown.
Oh.
Hi, cat.
Hi!
So much fun.
I bonked you with this sledgehammer. Hey. I make sure you're in. We got so far. We got so fucking far.
We did.
We were robbed.
We were robbed.
For real.
Well, gamers, what do you say?
What, huh?
Huh?
Give you a what?
One more?
I'm down. Let me
I'm not going
grab-
anywhere.
Me too.
I'm getting a honey bun from behind me.
I want a honey bun.
I got my honey bun. Thank you, Dory Toad.
Summer, to answer you, I haven't recently, but I know he's playing League of Legends. I know it. I've been stalking
No,
him.
he's
not
not
replying
real.
to me. He's real. I know it. He's real.
He's not real.
No, he's real. Not here.
My cat left me.
I know him.
Egg.
I hear him!
Big egg.
I hear him! He is talking right now!
Big.
Oh, they put us back in this hellhole, I see.
Where the fuck am I?
You wanna put it in the cart? No?
I don't know if it'll fit in the cart.
That's fair, that's fair.
This way, this way, this way.
Oh,
Yeah,
from
yeah.
1997?
Good. Hello, hit streamer 111 moon double N.
Egg.
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 Jesse?
Okay.
Leave it.
I will leave it.
Here.
Double N.
Oh, there's more. Hold on, I'll bring the card. Although if I put more in, it'll go over.
Yeah, I was just grabbing a big thing. You're good now.
I keep going in circles.
Around the
Come with
world,
me.
around the world. Do you know what holding
have to-
tab is? Sorry.
Oh.
Holding tab is see the map.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought she
I
got
got
pushed
hit
into
into a hole.
sorry. Here, have a duck.
I got 2 wrapped
A
bananas.
duck? Is that a duck?
Yeah, my Pinar live again. No.
Oh, there's something
Where's
up
the
there.
cart? Drive the boat. I have to make sure it doesn't spill, but it might spill anyway.
Cat. Cat. Oh, I got it.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, oh, oh.
What is this?
Oh, Bella.
There's old man. There's an old man. There's an old man. Hide the
Like
cart.
the shooting kind of. Oh, Lord have mercy, I'm stuck.
I'm alive. He bit me. He bit me, Charlie. He bit me real good. He bit my ass. I love ducks.
Bella, do not take the cart.
Joe Biden kicked my ass.
I hate the head.
Bella, I swear to fucking God. Bella! Calm your ass down, Bella! 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 This bitch.
Ain't no way. Did we piss her off again?
Bella?
Yeah.
Bella. I thought I heard it. Bella, could you not fuck up? How on the goddamn road?
He's right behind you. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
I'm gonna need someone to either lift me up or I lift you up or something.
Can you put me uppies up there?
Oh, this is so fun.
Can you give me uppies up there?
What the fuck is that? Why am I following it?
Because that's what it do. It's hypnotizing you, silly.
What happens if I let it hypnotize me?
I don't know, but that's what it's doing now. I'm touching it.
Scroll out, or does it let you go farther? Scroll with your mouse.
Where am I going? Someone's dead.
Oh, what the fuck? When did Jesse get Lego? When did Jesse die? Understood. Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
I think that's what
It was that guy.
we have most stuff. Wait, can I put him in the...
What was that?
I sneezed.
Real.
I chew.
There we go.
I think that's everything, honestly.
You're safe. He's gone. He went the other way.
He's gone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't do it. Where did the thing go that I just
Did you drop it? I don't see a yellow dot.
Oh god.
I honestly think that's everything.
They said you're good to go.
We got lots of money on our first run. Let's fucking go.
Yay!
Big dollar bills. And now sweet baby boy will get to be alive. Huzzah.
Huzzah.
Big huzzah.
How did it remove how did it, the thing that was here, why is it gone? The thing
Oh, because we don't have it on level 1. We get our upgrades after.
I've never noticed it gone before.
Probably just run. We just leave immediately.
Everyone get your favorite cereal.
Cereal? Well, I must commit cereal before you hit me. No! I have it. I must put it in.
I got my
before I
cereal.
get hurt. Main character moment, I made it.
Good job.
Now we will
It
do
has a
battle.
1% chance of killing you.
Oh my god.
Well,
Nice.
buy something before we lose it.
What upgrades are missing now? Oh, okay. Yes. Some upgrades and some other things got thrown into it, I think.
Well,
Hello, Jimmy.
I wanted that one though. Where'd it go?
Sorry.
No.
Here. Here. Here.
Is it below the map now? Oh, it is. They broke it.
I hear
It's
so.
gone forever.
Just stand still. just stay there.
Oh,
It has a 1% chance to kill you.
a 1% chance?
Mm-hmm. It's a 1% auto kill, like a instant kill.
Oh, that's what that does.
Yeah, I think so anyway. Yeah,
We'll
my
find
map
out.
upgrade is now gone.
Just wait for the 1%.
It's dead.
Uh-huh.
Oh man.
Oh.
I gotta find it.
Oh. What just happened? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, I'm hiding.
You should make a screen word, that'd be so funny. Yeah, remember the crab land? The cab land mine? Oh my god, that was so bad.
I should make screaming a redeem. I should. I should.
You ready? Level 2.
Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend.
Oh my god.
Man.
Do nothing but dance.
People. Oh, hello.
People. Get so pills.
No.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Hello?
Hey.
I can't see anything. All I see is the
I found your pills.
roof.
You keep hearing the celery person.
No, he's here, I swear!
It's not real. Yes. I don't know why I'm
Ah! My eyes.
That was disgusting.
Let's put it in.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, my map upgrade gone. I can't tell when we died. It got destroyed. It did.
Bam! Bam! Oh! Oh! What is that?
Oh, ew, what the?
Oh, what the fuck are those?
What the? It's a head grab. It's called head grab.
Yeah.
Grab his head.
You okay?
Yeah.
Well, they all ran away instead of grabbing it, so now I'm scared.
What's that?
We have a monster killing us. You guys are like, the van we go.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance!
But not for me.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there's two! There's two!
Oh! This is not going well. This is not going well.
They're killing me. They're killing me.
Hey guys.
It seems as though people are dying.
Yeah.
Where did they go?
Quite sad.
I love leaving the monies.
Did Kiona die?
No, Kiana went this way.
I'm right here.
Where did they go?
They ran away.
We might have despawned.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Oh, here's one. How do you? I'm trying. Oh, I can't. Oh my god. Wait, try and throw up on it.
How do I don't know how to throw up automatically.
It's just when it happens.
Throw up!
Oh my god, that was really loud in my ear. I forgot to get rid of the both. Thank you, below average gamer man, for following.
Bagman?
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 Bagman's here?
Bagman?
Bagman is here?
Bag.
Where?
Simi?
Where's Simi?
Simi,
Simi?
we know that you followed.
Show yourself.
We heard that username.
Simi?
Below average gamer.
Well,
Simi?
that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's what his name is.
Why? No, not you,
Simi.
Siri. You want to collaborate? Does Simi want to play Repo?
And nowhere
Simi?
and everywhere all at once.
Finally another guy? Oh my god.
Simi.
Oh, this can stay in here.
You want to play with us?
Are we just...
Wrong button.
I'm collecting goodies.
I got lots.
If you hold tab, you'll see the yellow dots.
I have lots of goodies.
Bonsai. Bonsai.
I have him locked in my blue room playing League of Legends. Oh, you guys are
God.
playing League
I know
together.
he's real! He's in chat! I know he's real! He's right
not
there!
real. He's not
Celadon!
real. He's
I
not
miss
real.
him! I
He's
miss
not
him.
real.
It's Celadon.
He's not real.
I feel like we have.
He's not real.
Holy shit.
He's not real. You made him up. He's not real.
I miss him.
He's not real. He
Celadon.
even called you schizophrenic. You're schizophrenic.
No.
He's not there.
No.
He's not there.
No.
Yeah, see, he doesn't exist. He doesn't.
I must jump off a cliff. This is a bathroom! God damn it!
What did you do?
That was such a baby jump. He was like petty with it. He was like, eh. Who's hilarious, and I'm solo queuing right now. Yeah. How's League of Legends though? Are you guys having fun? I'm taking care of your wife. Don't worry. Watch. Look, I'm taking care of her. Don't you worry. I'll treat her better over here. Oh! Oh!
Oh fuck.
P-bet.
Fucking scary.
What's scary?
Terrifying.
So we got everything.
I need to.
Yeah,
Ow.
Let's go on an adventure.
I hate my life, but it's kind of
Come
fun with this weird
me.
biohazard dude I picked up. That's good.
Sounds like a
Oh.
guy I know.
Nope. Schizophrenic.
Into the boat. Into the boat.
Alright,
Yeah.
Into the boat.
In the boat. Oh, careful. Don't get squished.
I'll try not to.
No death. Kiss you on your forehead.
Yay!
Yo! Fucking hate my life, but it kind of fell with this weird biohazard dude I picked up. What does that mean?
Oh, I asked him how League of Legends is going.
Oh, you're playing Singe? Disgusting! Ew! He tosses people and he's talked. I can't say shit. I'm an AD carry. I hate that. I hate it. I hate myself. I hate everyone else. It's awesome.
I played Jungle.
As a true AD carry. I like mid lane. Oh!
Hey.
I don't like when they stand up. Ew! 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 Ew!
Destroying.
Wait, where's all of our friends? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Chop time.
Huzzah! We made it! We fucking lived! Despite it all! Oh fuck. Well... he instant died. You guys instantly killed that man's. He got 50 HP, and now he won. Oh.
Persona!
Oh.
Yo?
You shot yourself! That's crazy!
Oh my lord.
Wait, hold on. Before we bring their heads back, let's actually shop while they're gone. The two deadliest members are gone. Okay.
Extra jump.
We still have a deadly member.
No, it's not deadly.
It is a little deadly. It's deadly cute. I'm grabbing just whatever looks like they might want it as an upgrade. Okay, there's a sprint speed upgrade. Let's see, any other ones that got yeeted into the abyss? Frying pan.
I want
Yeet
tumble
that.
launch and tumble wings.
Ooh. I'm gonna get a grenade.
Do we want to check uppies? Is it on this side?
Oh, there it is.
Fuck.
Oh.
Fuck. Cat. Gotta get
Wait,
it.
press Q and maybe I can hit you with it.
Oh, I did it. Alright, cue
Yeah,
yourself.
you know it's wrong.
It's so strong.
I'm little. I'm trying, Skeld. I'm trying. I wanna be early, boy. Bomb.
How to make my wives happy. I have to be strong and push one of them around in a cart. What'd you find down there?
There you go.
Aw.
Cotton Swiss is so good, bro. Oh, so good.
Do we want the duct tape grenade?
How much is the other one? Let's see. This one's 3.
This one's 2.
Let's get the duct tape grenade. Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Become alive! Breathe once again! Blessing it.
Me too.
Oh shit.
You get to live! Oh god.
Good job!
The murderer is back! The murderer is back!
Hello, get out.
Oh fuck. Just cue yourself, please. Just cue yourself. Just cue yourself. Jesse, come on. Jesse, we gotta go. Jesse, please, we gotta go. Jesse, please. Please cue yourself, Jesse, we gotta
I
go.
couldn't get him to do it.
Please.
I was trying to hit him with the little cart to make him small.
Oh wait. Guys, I didn't die.
We have negative 18k.
Oh.
That's crazy.
What happened?
That's crazy. I got upgrades for people, if anyone would like one.
I do.
All right.
That one. That one.
Hello.
There's some for our friendos. If he's back. Are you back? Are you back? Are you back? Hello? Hello? Bonk, 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 bonk.
Oh, he said in all caps, I'm peeing, so. I think
I'm back! I'm back! I have to run upstairs, I'm sorry. Okay.
Alright, we good?
Yay! I think so. Yippee! Pissers!
Pissers!
Hydrate time.
I am the occasional pisser.
Only occasionally? Let's get that looked at.
Only occasionally.
Let's get that checked out.
We're at the wizard's place. We're not the wizard's place.
We like casting
What the
spells.
fuck?
Gotta get your money gang.
Oh, why is there just a big penis here? Yeah, we can get it in.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, we can.
You know the fun trick is you talk really fast and makes you kind of half like normal, it's not really that carries around wherever you want.
Yes. 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 Do we just cash this now?
Yeah, you take it. I'll hold it with the, and you take it with the cart. I'll hold it though.
Okay. Backing up. Going straight. Oh, no, no.
Is that a big pickle?
No, it's a penis.
You guys are gonna hit it. You guys are alright.
Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Drop it!
The fingernails.
dropped it.
Fingernail. Finger.
The peener! Peener!
The penis is stuck on the door.
There you go. Oh, it touched
Are we just doing it?
Might as well.
It's 48k, dude. We gotta go.
It's in.
There we go. Yay!
Just you move.
Yay! So big, so strong. Yay!
Yippee! Yippee! You bitch. You interrupted my yippee. Oh, it's too heavy for me.
Oh.
Baby, it's too heavy.
We don't tell them.
They will never know. How would they know? Oh, do you want card?
No, it's okay.
Oh, I never want card. Wow, wow. And les bonjours Steve. Ouais, Steve. Il est orange. Il est des bras. Ils ont. Il est bonjours Steve. I've been listening to a playlist of only Tyler the Creator and it has not ended yet.
Oh, I see.
Whoa. That's cool.
No.
The gay potion. You think we can fit that? No! Damn it, I grabbed the money bag. Get your ways! Okay. Thank you. Slow but steady.
It will.
Hold on. We can, oh. The little corner in that little slot. Like that. Like, just a few good stuff. Oh, that does lose stuff, huh? But that looks fine, alright. Shit. Do you wanna hold it? Someone's not cooperating. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Shouldn't we go drop that off?
It's over here.
Oh.
Oh, honey, there's a frog here.
Yeah, I see that. Is it after you?
No, it's after you.
Good news, I'm a fucking pretty princess. Get pretty princess.
Honey.
What?
I miss you. Oh, hi. It's not safe, but he's not that good at his job, so. Oh, what the fuck? He's just stuck in a corner. It's kind of easy to dodge you. You has stamina. I can distract him on me, and then you can get the cart.
3 limes?
3 items.
Ah.
I'm terrified. Why is there an eyeball?
Eyeball? What the?
There's an eyeball, there's a magic potion, there's some stuff everywhere. Oh, nice. Tons of 2 more items. If you'll tab, you can just see yellow. The little dots, that way you can grab them. Yeah.
Someone! Please!
No.
Magic
Bro, I
potion.
was literally explaining, like, hey, can you get the car while I
Distract him, and I just see you walk away.
I didn't hear you.
I dropped the goblin head.
Uh-oh. There's 3 more things in there. There's a lady behind you.
Edward's
Lady! I'm distracted, I touched her.
Oh, I broke the thing.
The cart is safe.
Haha, get beat by table, dumb bitch. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, thank God. What? I'm doing right here.
That way it's,
Grab that other shit.
Master has given Dobby a Glock.
The cart is kind of open for stuff if you want to use the cart for speed.
This shouldn't set it off. Are we good?
Ghosty's like, I got this.
this.
So if these spawn here soon, probably. She'll turn into a puff of smoke and be gone.
Peter, how are you doing that? I don't know, Luce. I'm scared.
Ghost, do you remember this crown?
No.
They're still in the room we have.
The one that you fell into and then died?
Yeah.
She's getting close to me for a second. I'm supposed to be scared. There's a diamond.
Are we good? I guess I should be asking Cat.
Oh my god, this sucks.
You're doing great. You want to tag in?
No, because I don't know if it'll work.
Fair enough. On the road again.
Oh my god, Demi.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. One more. Are you clapping? Or am I
Oh,
broken?
yeah, sorry, I had the B button pressed. My bad. There's one more thing, I think. Oh, two, sorry. But they're pretty small.
Oh my god.
One more thing. One more thing. After me.
This thingy.
You're doing great, dear.
Alright, let's fucking yeet all this shit in here.
Almost 69.
16
off. 16 off.
We're so rich, Ghosty. All because of you.
Thanks.
Yay. Well, our friends are gonna be coming too. Come on, friends.
It's not on me. It's not on me.
It's on me.
Gnomes.
There's gnomes.
It's on me. Oh no, it's not on me. Why did it come on the table?
It does come on the table. Oh, there's a frog, man.
Where's your head? Oh. You got it? You got okay.
Hi.
You're amazing. Thank you so much.
You don't see me, right? Fuck.
Fuck you, Frogman.
God damn it.
Oh no!
Ugh. All of that hard work for nothing. I looped him how many times around that goddamn table? Cat's got
If
this.
someone is close to Cat, just tell her to leave us and keep the 95k.
Who's that right there?
I think that's me. Hold on. Cat, if you can hear this, just leave us. Take the money. Leave us. Take the money.
Oh.
You three are right there. Cuna. Oh no. You were gonna be saved.
What?
Fuck you, you fucking bitch! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! I'll fucking wreck all you gnome bitches! Come here, you fuck! You fucking bitch! You think you can touch my ass without my consent, bitch? I'll kill you! Really, babe? Thank you! Hello! I love killing gnomes.
Oh, me too.
Come here, you fuck. Yeah.
You're fucked.
Yeah. And I'll get this one, and I don't know.
Where's your body,
I
Jesse?
don't know where he went. I don't know where Smeshy went.
All right, good to
I don't
know.
know when he. I don't know where he died.
White gnomes.
And the frog, I'm dead
Oh my
here.
God.
Holy shit, I'm dead here. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Run, my friend!
I'm sorry. Of course, if I'm ever making
Guys?
I'll just fucking tip
You will never.
We might just have to leave, Jesse. We might just have to leave, Jesse.
Jesse, no!
Adios.
We left our token man.
I know,
No!
sorry.
No!
I won't leave them behind. No. The wife
Well, you
club's
did.
Well. You. I don't know where you died. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I want
I
you
don't
to
know what
live.
Is there a?
Let's
Kurt
not.
Cobain POV.
What did I just do? Okay, fine.
Where's the shotgun?
I will get you.
Nah. Oh my god, you will.
I will.
Hey, why is my gun not working?
Oh, here, use this one. Persona!
I'm a good girl. I'm a good baby. I do no wrong.
Oh.
You don't want to bring him back to life? No.
Can I see it? Oh.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
A classic shootout.
Kim, you're beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright. How are you? Oh, wow. I love you.
I love you.
I love you. How much was the gun?
I love you.
19K? Do we want a gun?
Put that bitch in there.
Alright. Do you want any cereal?
I already put my cereal in there.
Okay.
Hi.
Cat's trying to get to the extraction. Wait, Cat, you got it. Here, I'll go put her with Jesse. Oh, Jesse's trying to get out too. No, you both can sit up there.
I refuse.
God damn it.
No.
Oh my fucking god, I'm taking care of children. Alright, sit there. Ah, they're kissing! Did Kat do it by herself or did you help her?
She did do by herself.
Okay, we gotta see if those two will make it out. Look at them! Hello? Can I... What? How do I get over this? I'm dumb. Alright. Now we gotta watch them. Oh shit! They're starting.
Oh.
We're watching you watch us. Watch you watch us. Watching us. Watching like the
Oh, they're level.
Oh. Who's gonna win the race? Come on, guys.
This is gonna take a while.
Why are you touching balls right now of the eye variety?
You guys ever touch balls?
Watched himself backwards.
You're holding me hostage. I'm a hostage. Bring me back.
Yeah, we can bring Cat back. You're right.
I have 1 HP.
He launched himself backwards again.
I have 1 health. Here we go. Let me just
Do you want to
make
watch
this a
the
little-
show?
Oh yeah, let me touch eyeballs with you guys too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. She's getting there.
Watching. It's actually really scary. No lie. This is terrifying. Is this what Five Nights at Freddy's is like?
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh. Oh! Oh!
Oh my god!
No! Jesse, whatever you're doing, don't do it twice. You keep pushing yourself backwards. Just do it once. Oh! Wait, I want to see if Jesse can get it. I know he can.
It's the freedom.
Jesse, only do it once, not twice.
I know.
Oh, Jesus, I was trying to help.
You bitch crush. Okay, what if I kiss you? Oh.
You want them?
Mwah. I give you kiss back. I give you sweet. Oh, you're dead. No.
I just tried to help.
You get to live.
I love living.
I'm prepared. Oh, little babies, why you sad? I only have a shotgun.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Just a little eyeball smooch is crazy. Or we have that health in case anyone needs it. Oh, I'm just gonna. My gun now. Yoink.
My card. No! Oh.
Here you go. I love having the pocket cart for the big gun because it makes it easy to, you know, keep it aimed or whatever. I love that shit. I didn't realize the pistol was in the thing when we bought the stuff, so now we have free pistol.
Yeah.
Yay! A gun!
Yippee!
Yippee! You wanna take this with you?
Right here. Right here. Right here.
Oh, right there, right there, right there.
Right here. She's right
Watch
here.
Well, I don't know where my gun went now. You walked backwards into me and now it's gone.
My bad.
You're already good.
We got you.
I shot her.
Oh my god, thank you. Watched it roll and I just like.
Oh, do we want to kill this child?
Sure.
I got a gun.
Oh, Jesus.
He's already dead.
Oh no.
It is the consequences of our act. Oh no. Where is it? Where is it?
I thought I shot myself in the face, no lie. But I did not. It says there's a big yellow thing somewhere. Where is it though?
Above.
Oh.
Baby! 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 Baby!
What's up?
Baby!
Oh, well, move out of my way, babe! So I have a gun! Oh no! I missed my shot.
I'm holding.
There we go.
Up.
Yay! Orbeez!
I found the big thing. Was that me? Oh.
Who did that?
Who did that? Not me, really. I found the big thing. Oh, guys, oh.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's what you meant by the big thing.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect landing. Oh, no damage.
Oh.
Right.
Should we bring this back?
Probably, yeah.
Alright. I have the cart.
Oh, okay. Well, this will probably be a separate thing then.
Bring it separately? Can you?
I'm right behind you. I got you. Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Whoops.
Cart.
Where's the cart?
Jesse has it.
Hell yeah.
Right over here. Put it in.
Waiting for the thing. Oh, thank you, you're on 9 for the follow, and you're the 3,000th follower. Wow. Follow goal achieved. Wow.
Are we putting it in?
Bring the cart, friends. Wait for the cart. Wait for the cart. Then we'll be good. We can stand it up and stuff. Alright. Alright, let's make it vertical in there. We're good.
Fire extinguisher.
Perfect!
Fire extinguisher. Fire extinguisher. Okay.
Perfect! Yay! Good job.
Well, come here.
Sularidan.
I'm not. Give me elbow.
I'm hearing him. I'm hearing him.
Sularidan.
Nice, dude.
Co-op
Thank you for the
schizophrenia.
welcome. Thank you for the welcome.
Co-op schizophrenia.
Hello.
Whoa! Wings!
I'm all magical and shit.
You are.
Guys, help me.
I help.
Oh, do you need help?
Oh. Rest in peace. Yippee! Yippee!
Why
if it's a monster that runs into my
Hello?
chainsaw. Hi! Hi! I have a weapon.
What the?
I have a chainsaw.
Oh! No, no, no. We're good. Hello.
Hello. Balloon Boy's around here somewhere. And he's a homie.
No!
So, that answers my question, but it's okay, because I have something for you. I'm getting my health back. Don't worry, baby. I got you, honey. Don't worry. And I have a full health pot, so you can come alive and you can stay alive, Dio.
Normal amount.
Normal amount.
I have baby.
Yeah. You have babies? Calculator.
Calculator.
Calculator. Oh no.
Oh, hi, Kyo.
Hey, what's up?
I made it.
My head.
I'm. Who the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my god. Okay.
I almost did. You almost blew me off with that.
I didn't do shit. Well, all we heard was, I lived! And then you stopped talking. I'm up here serenading
Dramatic
Ghosty.
effect.
I'm singing Can't Hold Us by Macklemore right now. Yay! And Ghosty or whoever wants. And you guys can backshot it, Dio.
Backshot style.
I got the hands.
Mellow.
Here's health.
Thank you.
Yay!
Do you want a 50-50 it, Kyo?
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 Oh,
Kyo?
Oh my god.
Woo!
Where's the gun? We need weapon.
There's a bitch after me.
Oh, did you get the hands? Hi, honey.
Can we push her?
Fuck. I made it.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't upset him.
You have to catch me first, bitch! Whee!
Can we get one of them to fall?
No. Did Kiona die?
Oh, balloon.
Kiona died. I think
Oh,
Kiona died. Well, I used Ghostie's head to pop the balloon because it was in the way. Where'd you go?
Oh shit.
Oh, hey, Buster.
I got her to be on me.
What is over here?
We don't need more shift.
It's only 300, and it's
so fucking creepy. Hello?
There's a baby holding schizo pills.
schizo pills.
Cat, I already ran over there, I believe.
Question mark. Am I? What did I just step on? Oh.
Where's sweet baby?
Hello.
We should all be
There's
here.
only 4 of us.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Honey?
we're all-
Where's sweet honey Chuny?
Isn't she behind us?
I swear she was.
All I see in
Hello?
chat is Chuny wipes those stats. Those stats. She's those stats.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Make her turn around.
Oh, I think it's on me.
Oh, did you get the hands? Run past her if you can. Juke her out. She's stupid.
What if I got her? What if I got her?
Yeah, let's go, press that button.
No,
What?
Oh, Ghost is down there. Okay.
This should not complicate anything. I'm gonna stay here.
Come on up, honey.
I can't. She's at the door.
Oh my god.
Did she die?
No, that was me. You need my wife to know.
Oh! Wait, do you have the gun?
Pop your cap.
Guys.
We're right here, we're right here. Oh!
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 Grab her if you grab her. Commit if you're gonna grab her. Commit!
Come in!
Commit!
Oh, we're doing it! We're doing it!
Up, down! Up, down!
Oh,
Down!
oh.
Down! Up, down! Up, down! Up!
We all come together to save her.
Grab her, grab her, grab her, grab her.
Oh.
Up, down!
Yep, she's up, she's up, she's up.
Up, down. We got this. We got this. I believe. I believe in us. We're so strong.
We have to rotate her.
Yeah.
Oh, that was.
Down.
Her face was right in my face.
Down.
Yeah.
Up. Down.
You can back
Up.
up.
She should almost be dead. Almost.
No.
Oh fuck, she's after me.
Grab her, grab her, grab her.
I'm grabbing her.
Up. Nice.
Oh. Why is this bitch alive so long? Fuck! Oh. Jesus Christ. Die, old lady! Fuck!
Oh my God.
We saved you, Mike.
Thank you, thank you.
Baby!
I got hands.
There's another baby,
one?
but it's okay. We
Ew.
haven't popped his balloon, so he's not a
got-
bitch right now.
Oh,
I got
that's
more
why he gets
hands.
mad at me.
Oh my God.
Into the piss bucket.
We came together to
Into the piss bucket.
We're doing so well.
We lived! Despite it all, we lived!
Birthday.
The child was
You wanted
chasing
to
me.
come with, bro.
Yeah, he was like, wait, don't forget me.
He went, well, I went on the bus. Please? Post-term. No! I like seeing when you guys
Oh,
are
never
alive
mind.
and dead. I like knowing thing. Wait, did someone else pick up the gun?
Oh.
Or,
Did we
or
ever?
no?
You still have the pocket cart?
No.
That was the wrong person. There we go. Now
pressing
I've
it.
shot everyone.
Now shoot
Hey!
yourself.
Wait, help me out. Wait, where did it go?
Oh.
They're murderous in there. They're so murderous in there. Oh, I'm so scared.
Mwah,
They're
there
so
we go.
full of murderous intent.
Mwah,
Maybe the monsters were us all along. It was us all along.
I forgot I had Doritos next to me. Aww.
So, oh my god, we do still have the pocket cart. Play. Cart in there. Oh, fuck you.
Who
There's
wants an
that.
upgrade?
I have my map one over there. Let me get it real quick. Yay! And the gun is charged up enough to kill one thing. And we have the cart. Ready? Okay.
Yay!
Crescent moon dialed. Oh, big chompers. I have weapons. I'll throw shit.
Yum.
Oh!
You have to maybe like hold it only a certain amount of time.
Alright. Whoa!
Like, let go, like.
Oh.
See? There you go. We got this.
Yeah. Alright here. Right over here.
Oh! Are you putting it in or taking it out? Oh!
Oh!
Well.
I thought you could just put it in.
Yeah, no, I would can. Nom, nom, nom. Oh.
Oh. Right there.
Oh, hello.
Just don't look at anything. Just don't look at anything at all.
Fuck. Alright, you know what? I'll take this back to base. See you guys. Why did you sound wet?
Where's your head at? Oh, there it is.
Hey, get over there. Oh, hello.
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 Alright, good enough.
I don't know where I'm going. Oh. Get back in.
Get back in. Okay.
I did a full circle. I'm so lost.
I can't.
More shit drop.
More stuff.
Drop. Oh my gosh. All I want is
To get to the vent.
that I can fit.
This one's just easier. Is the cart at the other one yet? Because we have people dead.
Almost. I don't know if they're gonna put it in yet.
I hope so. Sweet baby. It's alright, we're gonna click this one in a moment. I'll get you up. You're good. Here, put baby head on top, so that way you and baby head. Yeah, and then I think there's another thing. There might be some stuff upstairs too. I didn't check out up there.
Yum yum yum.
Orby. Ball! I killed the trudge!
Oh.
I punched him in the dick!
You're admitting it?
Yeah, well.
Meow. 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 Meow.
Bring it back! Bring back the cart with the money! Why did you leave with it?
What happened?
What happened?
Come back!
What happened?
What happened?
He has the cart and he walked away from the thing.
Oh.
Where are the other two? Oh, never mind.
Cat went to go find you. Oh.
What you need right here.
I was talking about you two. Where's Kiona?
Kiona's in there.
Kiona? Oh, she is.
Yeah.
My bad.
Easy. The last one's in a really fucking shitty spot.
This one's using the bathroom. So I'm fuck. Fuck. Get in there.
Oh, what? Man.
Oh, hey.
Stupid ass.
Oh, no. Don't. Fuck. I ran out of stamina. I'm coming to get you.
Okay, he won't hurt you that bad.
I got you. I got you.
Yum,
You okay?
Yum, yum, yum.
You eating your foods?
Yum, yum.
Burger. Burger.
Burger.
Burger.
Oh, I see what this one is. Okay.
Oh, ow.
Fire is bad.
Ooh, no.
I will help. Alright, I'm gonna move this to be right here. Watch out for the pit.
I recommend you her.
What the fuck is this?
Actually, let me see if I can guide
Yippee! I'm free!
I don't think you should trust me with this.
I think that's.
I'm guiding you a little bit.
As long as the shit doesn't fall.
Hell yeah, there you go. There is a hole up top, right on top of the stairs, so be very careful. There's a hole right there, right under you. Look, you see it?
Yeah, I see it. This one right here. This one I felt
Yeah.
falling through.
Yeah, I've died there before, and I hated it. I hated it. Made me want to pee myself and cry. Yep, just like that. Just like that, actually, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's how it happened for me. Oh, there's two of
dead?
it. Time to catch.
Oh, damn it. Damn it. I did it. And by I did it, I mean it fell onto the side. Good. Ah, ghost. Fucker.
He's dead.
Okay, can I fit a head in here? Perfect. No!
Oh my gosh. It's been us three so many times now.
So many. Damn, cat.
Damn, they fucked with me and found out real hard, didn't they? Damn.
Damn. No hesitation on that one.
What happened to logging and
You mad?
Oh.
Oh.
Do we believe
Damn
in
it.
cat?
Cat's good at this game.
How'd you die?
I fell in the hole trying to get your head.
Oh no.
You a bitch and your name is Larry!
Bitch! Big hidden guy. You're actually kind of cool for this, no lie. 2 times. He's just taking me closer to the van. He brought me all the way to the van. Kind of a Chad. Kind of a Chad about it. Jesus Christ, I can't believe he took me to the— Oh, Oh. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get you. Gonna be so real. I don't think I'll be able to save you.
Fine.
I'm gonna bring you back this way, and I will pay for your health.
Health insurance.
I don't think we live in. Oh God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, again, I literally warned them.
I pressed tab and I saw 1 alive, and I went, oh. Oh.
We were all dead.
I 1 alive on my map means just yeah.
Railgun. Oh no.
Oh. They did.
Yes.
Why are you good at this game? I don't like it.
Punishment box.
In the box. Like made a lot of hours. Come here. Stinky. The hair or string. So as you can see, Sweet Baby, Honey Bunny Bunch both found a gun. So
Schmessy. Solarian! Come here. I miss you.
Go save VT! Please, 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 please. Please, 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 download League of Legends. Please, please, please.
Fuck, which one is it? There we go.
I think you missed.
I didn't forget you.
I think you missed.
There's a railgun out there.
I dodged. Oh no, I didn't dodge Scotia.
Why do you want me to play League of Legends so bad?
Because then we can do something. Like, I'm grinding the shit out of it.
Okay,
Go
play
ahead,
other
grind the shit.
games and be friends with your
Simi's
other
grinding the shit
friends,
out.
like a normal human being.
Capone's grinding the shit out.
Well, I don't
And
want to play League
Schmessy
of
played
Legends,
it.
so.
And Cookie played.
Well, you can
and
continue
Cat
grinding, and then when you realize that your friends are more important than a singular video game,
and-
then you can hang out with us.
And okay, I don't want to hear it anymore. Can I get over here?
I'm tired of listening to this, Grandpa. That's too damn
Have a great view.
True, right up Kona's ass.
Oh, what the? I didn't even pull the trigger. I dropped it, I swear.
So, do you want me to press the buy button or no?
Oh, sorry. You can.
Okay, 1 second. Let me make Kona small. There we go. There we go.
Done with
That way we don't
grace, I must say.
kill Kona. There we go. Perfect.
Done.
Press the buy
Sure.
button then. If we're good. It maxes out our
You're-
money, but
Sure.
3, 2.
I'm making sure she can watch.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna throw her in last
No,
minute.
no.
You would.
I wasn't going to, I swear. Here, I need to get your wife. Oh, never mind, she walked over.
I
didn't know we were being small today.
I'm prepared. I'm prepared. Hazbin Hotel? Yeah! I like season 1 anyway. Season 2 was not my favorite, personally. Made me quite sad.
Which part?
Did I get one of these?
Just that it, like, didn't feel like it followed a pacing that made sense, and then it got you so hyped in season 1 something to happen in season 2, and then season 2 felt like it could have been summed up in, like, literally 2 episodes.
Yeah, that's
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, so that, and they upped the song choice to 3, which is fine if it was like a...
Let's say it, then you know I can. Fast and Furious. You can try putting it in, but Kiona's in there.
It's just humping her face. It's just straight up humping her face right now.
There you go. Now put her back in.
Yay!
Go back in. Oh shit.
Baby. Your cute little wee. We have an indestructible drone now too. To make things not break if they're bad or whatever. You can throw it and eat it.
Stay.
Everyone ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We got this. We got this. I like to be silly and biggie, but I also like to win. I'm competitive. But only a little bit.
One more time.
God damn it, I gotta put it back in there.
Let me see.
There we go.
Yes, my dear.
Hi.
Hi. You need something?
No.
Never.
Okay.
Fuck.
So big and strong. Look at you guys go. Let's go. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Fire extinguisher.
Ooh. I'll go clear the way to see if there's anything in her. Oh god, Pit!
Oh.
Don't die.
She got cold too. Warm in the water.
Num num.
Lots of stuff. And a big
Our body has been discovered.
Jesse.
Yeah, see?
Help boo.
Hold on, can I move this printer to the thing?
Help boo.
I'm going to help. I'm going to.
I'm helping.
Help boo.
Oh, you're a big, strong girl, though. You're
Mike,
a big, strong
the trouble.
girl.
I like my God, just like my medicine base.
Oh,
the trouble, the mic, the trouble. I like my coffee black, just like my metal.
Yay.
Yippee. I'm sorry.
You feeling sleepy, my dear?
No.
The yawn says otherwise.
Can I sit in the cart?
Yeah. Although I'm gonna put this in there, so just in case something happens.
Okay.
Is the basement done?
Bam,
Oh shit.
bam, bam, bam. Oh, ah, bam, bam, bam. The bass, the mic, the trouble. The coffee black, just like my metal.
I made it.
There's
Do
lots
you
of stuff in the
wanna-
other area.
Do you want someone's driver's license?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that's where the that's where the
This is a big ice block that I can't do myself. Okay. So fast I'm being going. I'm showing my options. Keep it open, then I go and see. Don't fall off, Jesse. Okay. Do you want a dog bowl? Radioactive? Or it's a cat. Cat bowl. Because you're a cat. It's you, it's you're a cat. Yeah. That did not need explanation. Okay. Shit. I'm not even gonna try the parkour. I fucking suck at it. You okay, hon? Last game? Honey? Ghosty? Did you fall asleep?
Meow.
Honey?
Meow.
Last game, honey?
Yes,
Go to
you.
bed?
Not bed. Not tired.
You wanna... You sure?
Yes, you.
Okay. Maybe lay down in bed and watch TikTok?
Or play cozy game?
Cozy game?
No, go bed.
That's what I thought you said.
No staying up.
No staying up? If you want. Oh, wait, you has work tomorrow.
Yeah. Bleh.
Yeah. Blah.
Bleh. Bleh. Bleh.
Blah.
Bleh.
Blah.
Bleh.
Blah.
Bleh. Bleh.
Blah. Stinky work.
Bleh.
Blah.
Bleh.
Oh, that's another picture. Blah.
Bleh.
Blah.
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 Wow.
Blah. You want to Fitbit?
Yeah.
Here you go. Oh, shit. I want you tired. Oh, that's a big pit. Very big pit. VHS tape. Bonsai tree. And world's best cat girl mug. I'll get you one, a new one. Swear it was here already. There's a door. I want to see what's up there. Come with me, and you'll see a world of pure imagination. Take a look. Don't be scared. It's a world of pure imagination. Oh shit. Calculator. Haha, imagine these numbers. You got sniffles? World's best cat girl mug. I told you to get you a new one.
I was gonna
And I
say
know
that.
you've always wanted a fire extinguisher.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Let's
I come with gifts.
I'll get the big barrel.
Oh my
real quick.
god, this duck.
Don't pet the duck.
I'm trying
Or
not
do.
to. He's
Oh,
great.
oh, 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 oh.
Whoa! That was so hot.
I was holding my breath the whole time. Hi, Ghosty. Hey. Do you wanna get the? You wanna bring this cart and I'll bring the barrel?
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Where are we going?
To the extract right behind you.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then we'll put all the things in all at the same time. It should just be straight, yeah.
Oh. I have a lot of balls.
Yeah. Big thing. Come on, help me.
Oh!
Perfect.
Yay!
Safe!
It's Dave!
Ow.
Oh.
Yay!
Money.
Where's Kiona's head?
Where is Kiona's head?
I don't know, I thought it was in the cart.
I didn't find it. Just found out she was dead when I died.
Oh. Well, alright, we'll find. Okay. The other extracts are back this way. Let me grab the gun real quick. There's something.
Oh, fuck.
Where'd Ghosty go? Is she just AFK or what's up?
She's... yeah. Tired.
Okay. Oh.
She's tired.
I mean, we can... Is she still live right now?
Yeah.
Is she asleep?
Looking at her model, I'm gonna say yeah. She changed her outfit to her cozy outfit and she's holding a pillow.
Oh, sweet baby. You have to be in the sleeping category, otherwise you get banned, honey.
You get banned?
Yeah, hon.
What the hell?
It counts as self-harm if you're putting streaming ahead of your own sleeping, yeah.
Were you really? Or did you just make that up?
I work as an agent and talent manager and sponsorship.
I didn't know if it was a joke.
No, I'm not.
I'm not a streamer.
No, I'm serious.
No, I'm awake.
Silly.
I've been awake.
Okay,
She's
good.
awake.
Oh.
It's just the way I'm sitting. My model goes to
I was
bed.
like, oh, you're good. I was like, I don't know if your model really is a good. I was like, oh.
Now you can't sleep or you get banned.
I'm looking for Kyo's
Dude,
head.
I take cat naps all the time on stream.
Bad egg. Don't tell Twitch. Don't tell Papa Twitch. I don't want you to get banned. I don't want you to get banned. And then we can't stream together if you get banned, because then we count as hosting a banned person on the stream, and then I would cry. Where's Kyo's head? Baby girl, what are you?
Here, I can upload.
Marco!
Oh, Jesus.
Take control
Ask
of your
next
brain and
time.
start screaming. Where are you?
Marco!
Did you fall down into this pit?
Did she fall into a pit?
I don't know where she failed, or if she did falls.
There's a lot of stuff. Oh, I hear her.
Hidden?
Hi, honey.
Oh!
How do you get out of there?
Oh, well, I don't know if you guys can now, but oh, there you go. Thank God you have double jump. Cool. Yeah, I was like, oh the fuck, I don't know if you're stuck now.
Do you want her?
We just need to
I
get
didn't know
that
if...
thingy.
I didn't know if Ghosty wanted her.
Nah, I'm good. No, 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 no!
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I got it.
Hi, Duck. Yeah, we started from the back, so it makes it a little bit easier. Back to play without having to be a pain in the ass. Hi, look, Queen, we got you, baby. We'll bring you back. I was like, where the fuck was your brain? Where did your brain go? And what found your brain? Because you yelled out for us to. We got you, baby. Don't we put you in there? Yeah, and now you become alive. Got 65K in that fucking thing. God damn. Rich as fuck. Oh fuck, wait, Ghosty died. Wait, one
I'm
moment.
ready to send it
One
home, goddamn.
There she goes.
Got it!
Of course, it's as soon as.
Yup, she smelled my vagine. And
What?
leapt to it. Mwah.
Goddamn.
There you go! They live! Yay! I'm so happy now. Look at that baby.
Stapler.
If only the duck could fall into this blue water real quick, that'd be
Ducks do go into the water. Yay! Oh, I almost went into the water.
Oh god.
You are drawn to the nuclear bow as well.
What the fuck is what?
Here's
As
this.
well.
There was
How
little.
much is left on this? It's like one stop.
I don't even know.
Little. Hello?
Oh.
That was an accident.
I hear it. It's still here.
Oh hell yeah. Yay! And I think there's lots of stuff back that way, but I'll go with Pete.
You don't even need it, honestly.
God, this card's fucking stuck.
It's just if you want the dollar bills. You don't need it all the.
Do we want more dollar bills? Or are we balling?
Fine, we'll get it if we want. Let's go for it. Let's just put it in. We got it.
Let's go home. I'm making soft tacos later.
Oh,
My bad.
you beat me up. You beat me up. Yeah.
Careful.
Yeah.
This is huge.
I have my gun ready.
Hello?
Dog.
It's not the dog, it's the one that screams at you.
Oh no.
Oh.
I got it.
Oh, there's a thing right next to you.
Holy fucking monsters.
Oh my god.
God.
Hello?
Hello?
The monster just shot me over, but it's okay. I
Oh.
killed the big monster.
Four
Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe Biden!
Hey, Kyo.
Who fell off? Speak up. No, Lord have mercy.
Gamba, Gamba, Gamba!
Oh, what?
Oh fuck, oh fuck.
That's the thing I saw earlier. What is that?
Okay, I barely lived, but I'm alive. Despite it all. All the demons are coming after us right now.
Oh.
Every single one of them.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? Kyo, protect me, please. Kyo, fuck him up, Kyo! No, fuck him up! Fuck him up!
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey.
You okay?
I'm tired.
Come here, you
Cat
stink
guys
ass!
just go to bed.
Come here then! Come get me, bitch! That's what I thought!
butt tongue. Oh, all my friends are dead.
Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead.
W?
No.
GG.
Oh no. I hate the old man. I hate him.
That was a really good.
We were so close.
Oh
That was
my
a
god.
Really good run.
They trap us every time.
Yeah.
Those little stinkies. It was an honor and a privilege.
Come and just see.
Look at my
a
sword.
world
Don't hit
of
me.
pure Look at my frying pan. World of pure imagination.
Hey, why do I suck?
Yeah.
Damn.
Perfect ending.
Perfect ending.
Yay.
Amazing.
Well, thank you all for playing with me. I had so much fun.
I had a great
Same.
time.
We gotta do it more, for real, for real.
Yes.
Yours, just give me a time. I'll be there.
I will.
Yes,
Hammer
yes,
time
yes,
is the
yes.
greatest thing ever made. Highly recommend. That thing fucking lit. But yeah, anytime weekends or whatever, I'm big down. I don't do a whole lot on weekends. I try not to work, but I'm a workaholic.
I
I'm
normally
free
am
24/7.
Celeridum.
Yippee!
No, he's not here.
You're
I
schizophrenic.
miss Celeridum.
Alright.
Maybe
Well,
Celeridum was a friend
thank you
from me along the way.
guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
You wanna shout yourselves out to everybody or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
You go first, bitch.
Me?
Top to bottom.
Oh,
Top to
me.
bottom.
Well, hi, I'm GhostieVT. I'm a spirit cat girl. My links are ghosty_VT on Twitter and ghosty_VT on Twitch. Okay, bye.
Juni.
I'm Chuni/Tunizzy on every platform ever, and I'm scared.
I'm scared.
That's what I have to say.
Sweet baby. Don't be scared.
I see you skipping Jesse.
Jesse, go.
I am Jesse.
okay.
I edit for Ghosty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Get all
I was
the
having you
clips.
Go
editor,
watch
I
her
could never.
YouTube and TikTok.
Good.
Tell her you edits your stuff.
He's edited one thing.
Yeah, that's more than someone.
It's more than me.
Probably. Delicious. I am Konamiu. I am a Space Dragon VTuber. It's Konamiu on literally everything spelled the exact same way. Yippee!
Yippee!
We're fucking gold. I'm Cat Kelly's on everything. I just exist on the internet and play games to not think. Ha ha ha.
Yippee!
Yippee!
I'm down to play
Good job,
whenever.
everybody.
Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Did you unmute me? Hi, hi.
Hi.
Hi. Did you have fun?
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
Good. Cozy. Yeah, I found out if I sit a certain way on my, or like this, and like relax my eyes, it looks like I'm sleeping.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, but I'm so happy you had fun. I had fun too. I just got tired near the end.
Yeah.
I always get super nonverbal when I'm tired. But alright, say bye to chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.